Hello and a warm welcome to the Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines Velodrome, around 20 kilometers west of the center of Paris. This is the National Velodrome, venue of the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games track cycling program, and the first of what will be 51 medals across all the cycling disciplines will be decided on this beautiful Siberian pine track. 17 medals over a period of 4 days will be decided inside this venue. Built in 2014, it hosted the 2022 Para Track Cycling World Championships. Many of those champions are back here to take on the challenge of Paralympic glory. And this is the program for today. We start with qualifying in 4 events, and we go right through to gold medal and bronze medal races in all 4 of those. 2 individual pursuits, as well as a B 4,000 meter individual pursuit for the visually impaired men, and we have a time trial over 500 meters for the women as well, the C4 to 5 women. A packed crowd already in here at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines for our opening session, and they are expectant of high performances here from all the nations, and it's lovely to see supporters of so many of the nations. 168 nations represented at the Paralympic Games, over 4,000 athletes, and a wonderful opening ceremony preceding these games, and action aplenty on the track here. Looking forward to 4 of those 17 medals decided today. Well, a French tradition out of the theatres of France is the trois coupes, the coupe de bâton, and 2 of the Paris 2024 voluntary staff are going to effect the first of the coupe de bâtons here. 3 strikes of the baton is the traditional opening salvo. Bring the curtain up. So, coupe de baton, and we are officially underway in the National Velodrome, the Paris cycling track program. 17 medals over 4 days, a jam-packed program it is, and it'll be action all the way. We start with the women's C4 and 500 meter time trial, and these are the 13 athletes. And you will notice a few factors here that will come into play today. These athletes are classified C1 to 5, depending on their impairment. And the letter C for cycling, followed by a number. And the number 1 denotes athletes with the severest impairment, and the number 5 with the least impairment. And it is the C4 and 5 500 meter time trial. And the first athlete to get onto the track will be from the United States, Shawn Morelli, in her 3rd Olympic Games. Wonderful to welcome back to the track. It's a track that is, well, not this particular track, but a track is certainly Rochelle Gilmore's passion.
Yeah, it's like a home actually to me. When I was much younger in my racing career, laps and laps every morning for 4 hours, a little nap in the middle of the day, and back for more laps and laps and laps. But the 500 meter time trial, which we're about to see, as our first rider is in the starting gate, was one of my favorite events at the start of my career, before I went really endurance on the road. But 500 meters is one of the toughest races you could possibly imagine. Along with the 1 kilometer time trial we'll see with the men, the lactic acid they build is amazing.
The first athlete in action at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines in the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games track cycling program is Shawn Morelli, 47-year-old from the United States in the C4 classification. She's racing in the 500 meter time trial, 2 laps of the track, and the factor is so that she can race on a level track with those who are C5 classification, of a lesser impairment to Sean Morelli.
Well, beautiful tuck position. She prefers the longer events, individual pursuit and the road time trial, so she loves that aero position. The extension crosses the line now, so she'll post the fastest time to start off. And her time has been factored, 42.051.
There's a four-time medalist in the Paralympic Games, 3 gold medals and a silver medal. 2 of those golds on the road, individual time trial and road race in Rio, individual pursuit in Rio, and the silver in the individual pursuit in Tokyo.
Well, you see on Sean's bike there that she's got the extension bars for the aero position. As I mentioned, she likes the longer events, the individual pursuit and the road time trial, where she's very comfortable in that position. But I think when we get to some of the other more explosive riders, they'll prefer to just stay in those drop bars for maximum power, pulling on the handlebars during the 2 laps. It is exhausting. We will see riders not be able to get off their bikes. We'll see them collapse on the ground. The lactic acid in the legs is incredible after a 500-metre effort. It's just amazing how much lactic acid you can build up in 2 laps, and the effect and how long it takes to remove that lactic acid out of the legs as well.
So now we are 13 athletes in this opening event, so Sean Morelli on her own on the track. From now we will have 2 athletes on the track, 1 on either side of the track. And Kate O'Brien from Canada is going to be up next, former bobsleigh, Canadian bobsleigh team member for 5 years between 2010 and 2015. She actually was on the Olympic Games track in Rio de Janeiro in the Keirin and the team sprint. Then they had a severe crash on a velodrome in 2017 and has moved to paracycling with great success. And on the other side of the track is from Switzerland, also C4 athlete, physiotherapist Francisca Matilde-Dorig, making her debut at the Paralympic Games.
World Championship medalist Francisca Matilde-Dorig.
Well, a huge difference we see there with Dorig. She is using no gloves in comparison to Kate O'Brien. If we see her gloves, she has got really aerodynamic, slippery material on her gloves. And this is the Swiss rider of Matilde-Dorig.
Slight delay.
Indicate when they are allowed the riders to take to the start. And of course you'll hear the beep and then the countdown for the race.
Incredibly nervous in those gates, waiting for the start.
Silver medalist in Tokyo in this event, Kate O'Brien. All 3 medalists, in fact, are in this competition. Away they go in our second heat in the women's C4 to 5 500-meter time trial. From Switzerland, Francisca Matilde-Dorig, and from Canada, the silver medalist in Tokyo, Kate O'Brien.
Well, Kate O'Brien is absolutely flying. As we said, the more explosive riders, they're going to use those drop handlebars or standard handlebars where they can use a lot of their upper body strength as well to pull on the handlebars.
Well, Kate O'Brien is flying through here. She's going to finish it off here and finish it off very impressively. 36.994.
48.009 kilometers an hour.
So the factor is balanced against the athletes in the C5 category, and we will see two of those later on. There are, in fact, in this event, 6 C5s and 7 C4s. The factoring system comes into play so that they can race against each other in the same competition for the same medals here.
We can just see the power being put through that bottom bracket there. With Kate O'Brien, such a super strong, powerful rider. She'll be hoping to maybe even go close to her own record here in this same session. If she makes the final, 6 of these riders will go through to the final. Kate O'Brien at the top of the leaderboard for Canada.
Yeah, that's a very handy time for the Canadian, and 39.414 for the Swiss rider, Franziska Metile-Doric. Delighted her debut at the Paralympic Games. She's already a World Championship bronze medalist in the scratch race in Rio de Janeiro at the World Championships earlier this year. Samantha Bosco from the United States. On the other side of the track, 30-year-old Keely Shaw. Bosco, former rower. Both C4 athletes.
Riders go into the starting gate. The idea is that the bike is held as straight as possible. The rider has got to be happy with the way that a bike has been.
Keely Shaw was the individual pursuit bronze medalist in Tokyo in her second Olympic Games. Not that Bosco missed out on Tokyo due to injury.
So looking at Bosco there from the USA, you might have wondered why her eyes are not covered by her visor, but that's because when she gets down into that aero position, the helmet will slide forward and her eyes will be covered by the visors. Deep, deep breaths. That's what it's all about on the start line. Get as much oxygen into the lungs as possible.
Heat 3 in the women's C4 500-meter time trial. It's Samantha Bosco from the United States and Keely Shaw from Canada. The time to beat these two C4 athletes is a very, very handy one of 37.493. 36.994, beg your pardon. Factor time. And it's Shaw going very well at the moment. It's going to be close though. Shaw is looking to threaten that time of her teammate O'Brien, and very, very close. And her time 39.893 for Keely Shaw puts her in third place. Samantha Bosco in fourth, 40.048. C4 world records belongs to Kadina Cox, the world champion, the double Olympic Paralympic champion. She is here 34.812. So Bosco fourth. Brian tops the standings at the moment behind Metile-Doric, Shaw, and then Bosco and Morelli.
Well, if anyone has ever seen or tried actually to ride a track bike with a double disc wheel and hold that black line, it is extremely difficult. So these riders that have impairments are doing so well trying to control a double disc bike at absolute full power over 2 laps and try and control their line. It's incredibly difficult, even for anyone trying to ride on double disc wheels on a velodrome. It's a super, super hard task.
Big, big cheer.
We welcome from Italy,
Heidi Gauguin from France. She's just 19, Heidi Gauguin. Already a points race and team pursuit gold medalist, making her debut here. And Claudia Creti, Italian 28-year-old former World Tour rider, had a very bad crash in 2017. Paralympic debutants on the track now. Heidi Gauguin, France, the 19-year-old, and Claudia Creti from Italy.
Well, you could hear the crowd, Heidi, 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 chanting the start of this event, and she's got off to a great start. They both have, but the home crowd, what can they do for Heidi? Well, the Italian is up at the moment. Creti takes the lead with a lap to go.
These are both C5 athletes here, so Creti's building some speed now. This is the final lap as they'll bring it to the line. Gauguin and Creti. It is Creti who'll post the fastest time here. Gauguin is just over a second behind her. And Claudia Creti's time puts her in second place on the standings, behind Kate O'Brien. Remember, the 6 fastest factored times will progress to the finals. So Claudia Creti and Heidi Gauguin, well, 19-year-old, just starting out her Paralympic career, and a creditable 5th place so far.
Oh, look, there's a huge Italian crowd here for Creti, posting a super fast time there. As we see Gauguin, France, she had the home crowd advantage, but look at the power put it through the pedals by Creti here, the Italian. And she stayed in those drop bars, as we said, when the power and the forces, using all of the upper strength body as well. Well, Creti, she wasn't the fastest, but she's happy, you know, she wants to qualify top 6 to have a chance in the final.
So Heat 5 brings together the Argentine Mariela Anelia Delgado and 38-year-old in her 3rd Paralympics, Li Chaoui, Asian champion and the scratch race world champion from Rio de Janeiro earlier this year, the UCI Para Track World Championships in Rio de Janeiro. So Delgado, a C5 athlete, and Chaoui, C4 athlete, bronze medalist in the C4 World Champs. Away they go in heat number 5.
Beautiful start there from the rider of China. A lot of power going through that bike. And she is the fastest over the first lap. What can Delgado from Argentina do in the final lap?
There's the bell. She's got to bring it home really, really strong.
She's got a bit of work to do because it's all about Chaoui at the moment from China. She is absolutely flying.
Yeah, she really is. This is going to be a very fast time. By a debutante of the Paralympics, that is a super time. 37.006. And that puts her in 2nd place on the standings. So,
yeah, she can be super impressed with that ride. It looks good right from the start, didn't it, out of the gates? Having an impairment, just getting out of those gates is a huge task. It's nerve-wracking. It takes a lot of skill. You have to have a lot of faith. You need a lot of practice as well, which is not easy to get. It's very difficult to get practice out of a gate on a track.
So
this is the start from Chateau, and you can see beautiful. Just the timing was absolutely fantastic. The power through the pedals right from the start was great. So the rider from Argentina, Delgado, she prefers that aerodynamic position in the aero bars, which I guess doesn't allow you to apply as much pressure full force. But you see the Chinese rider there, very happy with her time. She's qualified for the final, so that's job done for today so far. She will race again in the final later in this session.
Well, we're getting down to the riders who are at the top of the ranking, so to speak. And another big roar in the velodrome of support for the world record holder over the 500 meters in the C5, Caroline Groot from the Netherlands, a bronze medalist in Tokyo in this event and a 5-time world champion. Marie Patulet of France. At one stage practiced as a doctor here in Saint-Quentin-Yvelines. Heat number 6, bronze medalist from the Tokyo, Caroline Groot from the Netherlands.
Well, that was a powerful start by Groot, and she is currently the fastest woman in the Paralympics over 500 meters, and she is absolutely flying. No doubt she'll be chasing her Paralympic record from Tokyo. The rider from Netherlands, the rider from France, she has the home crowd advantage, but actually prefers the longer distances, the individual pursuit, the individual time trial. Whoa.
And Caroline Groot has broken the world record of the C5. 35.390. And she's broken her own record that she set in Tokyo. And that is a phenomenal ride. Patulet went very well herself, finished second fastest. And also her time at 36.677, just outside the world record, but qualifies her alongside O'Brien and Jaoui for the final. So that is the first world record set at these Paralympic Games at Saint-Quentin-Yvelines.
And look at Patulet, she had a superb ride. Would she expect to be ranked second at this point of this competition? I don't think so. It's not her preferred. It's not her preferred race. It's you know, she really does prefer the longer distances. But the crowd were on their feet, both for the world record of the Netherlands, Caroline Groot, and for their rider qualifying in second position at the moment. Both riders will go through to the final. What an amazing ride that was by both riders. Oh, now it's time to get the lactic acid out of the legs and recover for the final.
Yes, it's a demanding program. Medals will be decided today, later on in the session. So already doing the job and doing it superbly well, better than anyone so far, Caroline Groot from the Netherlands. 35.390 factor time. An average speed of 50.862 kilometers an hour.
Well, we won't go into too much depth, but she is using absolutely every single fastest piece of equipment you can possibly get. Carbon custom-made shoes, the longest aerodynamic socks you can have, the most advanced skin suit, the most advanced technology with the helmet. Everything absolutely dialed in for a world record, a Paralympic record and a world record.
Well, this is the world champion. She's also the defending champion in this event, Kadina Cox. On the other side of the track is the New Zealander Nicole Murray, both C5. Well, Nicole Murray, the C5 bronze medalist from the World Championships. Kadina Cox, the world champion in the C4 and defending champion 2 times here at the Paralympic Games. And a medalist, gold medalist on the athletics track as well. Well, she's going to have to go some to beat the Caroline Grid time. Factor time.
Well, Cox lost a little bit of distance in the corner, just trying to hold those disc wheels. Did that cost her a little bit of distance?
And Karina Cox's time, 35.436. Well, that would have put her into second place, just behind Caroline Groot. And Nicole Murray also qualifies, the New Zealander, in sixth place here, 37.367. And that puts her as the last of the qualifiers to race off in the finals. Great support. It's a short trip across the channel for many of the Great Britain supporters, a little further away to come for the New Zealanders, but there'll be plenty supporting in spirit, I'm sure.
Well, New Zealand can celebrate because they've made the final with Nicole Murray.
Well, Karina Cox, world record holder, world champion and Paralympic champion. Riding state-of-the-art track bike.
Well, Cox, she has a little bit of work to do. She wants to break her Paralympic and world record from Tokyo. Some time to recover and come back for the final. Nicole Murray just delighted to be in the final here at Paralympics.
These are the qualifiers. Groot, Cox, Patulé, O'Brien, Jaoui and Murray. The top six go through to the final. Claudia Creti just missing out for Italy. And the remaining riders race another day in the later disciplines, the individual pursuit. So our next event here in the velodrome, the men's C1 3,000 meter individual pursuit qualifying round. Carlos Alberto Gomes Suarez goes on his own, and then we have those three heats. One rider only, so whether that's an advantage or not, I'm not entirely sure, but having someone on to chase on the other side of the track.
To be honest, I think you're so in the zone in these aerodynamic helmets that your ears are covered, and you do have some peripheral vision to see if you're ahead or you're behind, but not too much of a difference.
First rider on track in the men's C1 3,000 meter individual pursuit qualifying is Carlos Alberto Gomes Suarez from Brazil. Has won a world championship medal in the road race in 2022 in Canada. He was 20th in this discipline in Tokyo, and this is at his second games. This discipline was introduced in 2004 in Athens. The winner there was Darren Kenny of Great Britain. He went on to become an absolute legend across 3 Paralympics, 6 golds and 11 silvers, Darren Kenny. And Gomes Suarez having to set the benchmark time here.
Yeah, he's doing his absolute best. He's holding that line quite well. He's positioned well. Power may be lacking just a little bit for this event. He really does like the longer events, the road race especially. But we see a lot of crossover at the Paralympics with the athletes, road and track.
A lot of these athletes will be heading towards the road in a few days' time once the track program is complete.
Yeah, he won a bronze medal at the World Championships in Canada in the road race, so that'll be his specialty here at this Paralympic Games. And also on the track, I guess today, to beat a personal best time would be the goal.
Absolutely. He was 8th at the 2023 World Championships in this event, and 9th in March in his home World Championships. So he'll know only too well what the French riders are enjoying here, racing the World Championships on a home track in Rio de Janeiro.
Well, the 1,000-meter time trial has been described by many, many people in the cycling community as the absolute hardest cycling event in the world. Over, when I say hardest, I mean even over the Tour de France. In a way, you produce so much lactic acid that it can have a mental effect and everything. It's just a grueling, grueling event. It can do so much damage to the muscles.
Gomez Suarez digging deep here. Another 1,000 meters to go once he gets the next lap complete, and this is a really, really big ask, setting the benchmark time. 1,000 meters to go for Gomez Suarez. First of 7 athletes from 6 nations. The world champion goes in this event. And yes, he doesn't have an athlete on the other side of the track to measure his effort against, but all he can do is bury himself here. This is when it really does start to hurt.
Well, it certainly does hurt. Maybe not like the kilometre time trial I was talking about, getting a bit ahead of myself, thinking that we were switching straight into the men's 1,000-metre time trial. 3,000-metre pursuit. Grueling, grueling, grueling event as well. You can see the pain, the effort. More of a paced event rather than the 500 and 1,000-metre time trials, but we're aiming for a personal best here with Gomez. 1 lap to go.
There's the bell for our first athlete in the men's C1 3,000-metre individual pursuit. C1 indicates the severest impairment. C5 the least impaired athlete. And he will bring it home now. Gomez Suarez will set the mark at 4:18.908. Coach doesn't look absolutely thrilled.
No, it seems that maybe perhaps he hasn't done his absolute best performance here in the 3,000-metre individual pursuit. Coach not too happy. And also sometimes when you're not at your best, you're not able to hurt yourself like normal. And he doesn't look like he's in a world of pain. So sometimes if you come into an event where you're not right on top form, you're just not able to produce those heart rates and that energy. It just doesn't allow you to give everything on the particular day, which is what makes the Paralympics so special, is you need to nail it on that one day. So he's out there giving his absolute best. You can only do what you can do on the day, and that's what he's done today. Whether it's a personal best or it's not, he's here at the Paralympics and he can celebrate that.
Well, we'll wait and see how that stands up, as he's put the marker down, and I suppose he might feel that he could have gone a little bit better, but there are still 6 athletes to go, and we'll see how that time stands up.
And 4 of the athletes, top athletes in this round, will qualify for racing for the gold medal and the silver and bronze medal. So the goal for each rider is to qualify top 4 to have a chance at a medal here at the Paralympic Games.
This is one of the few disciplines and events that there's no Great Britain athlete in the men's C1 3,000 metres individual pursuit. I have 21 athletes, biggest contingent here. This is Rodrigo Fernando Lopez from Argentina. The 45-year-old was going to retire after Tokyo, but then decided perhaps not, and he's back at his 6th Paralympic Games.
It's so fantastic. What I love also about the Paralympics is that athletes don't put age restrictions on themselves for retirements. You know, we see a lot of older athletes, 45 years of age, you know, they train like absolute machines to get into their best possible form for the Paralympics.
Two athletes on track in heat number 2 in the men's C1 3,000 meter individual pursuit. 12 laps of this track. And Rodrigo Fernando Lopez from Argentina and Mohamed Youssef Hafizi Shahruddin from Malaysia in his second games. And said Lopez in his 6th Paralympic Games. Shahruddin was the bronze medalist in the time trial at the World Championships. 6th in the individual pursuit.
Well, interesting, both of these riders are riding the individual pursuit without aero shoe covers. So we can see their shoes and their straps, so they're clipped into their pedals, but they've also got an additional security of a strap that tightens their feet to the pedals.
Well, Lopez, 4-time track world champion between 2011 and 2014.
Yeah, Lopez struggling just a little bit at this point. Sheridan of Malaysia, he's having a really good ride. He's holding his line, he looks comfortable. So much can happen in the last kilometre of this 3,000 metre individual pursuit. But he has now actually got Lopez in sight, which is going to be a huge benefit for the Malaysian rider. It might be enough to put him into the finals for a gold, silver or bronze medal, because it's just, I can't emphasise enough what an absolute advantage it is to have a rider in front of you to chase. That is something that gives a massive advantage. I can relate to picturing poles with ropes on them, trying to pull myself towards them in road races. That's how much of an advantage. This, he'll be able to catch Lopez. He will want to catch and pass in the straight, because if you pass in the corner, you're doing a little bit further distance. So it is a little bit of an art, if you're going to catch a rider, of trying to time the pass and the effort.
Shahruddin closing in on Lopez, and he will be able to pass him if he gets close enough. But this is, of course, getting towards the 2,000 meter mark. They're through it now, and it is certainly the deep end now. It really is hard. Lopez, a a bronze medal in the road race in Athens in 2004 to his name in his 6th Paralympics.
Sorry, Gerald, he times his pass perfect there. He can come back down the track and use that banking for a little bit more speed coming into that straight. He passed down the back straight, back into his rhythm in the front straight.
This is going to be a very good time. Remember that time, 4:18.908 of Gomes Suarez, the first rider. 500 meters to go, 2 laps of the track.
Well, that'll feel like 100 miles at this moment in the legs, I can tell you that. This is a painful discipline. And he's had that extra adrenaline of chasing and passing a rider, so he'll really be feeling that now. He'll love to hear that bell, but gee, he'll be in a world of pain.
Didn't ride this event in Tokyo, was 5th in the individual time trial and 33rd in the road race in Tokyo.
With the pain on the face, that tells the story. As Shahruddin comes in for his final, what will his time be?
And 3:55.254, and that'll put him to the top of the leaderboard. As Rodrigo Lopez comes in now, the Argentine, and he will be in 2nd place. 4:12.201. Remember, the riders with the 2 fastest times will race for gold. The next 2 fastest riders in this qualifying will race for bronze.
Yeah, this just means every rider has to give absolutely everything in both rides. They can't save anything for the final. They have to give absolutely everything they've got in the qualifying. You can just see
It's a
Chateau there from Malaysia. He's quite happy with his ride. He's shaking his head like he wasn't happy, but I think it was a shake of the head of what did I just achieve?
Yeah,
That's great.
I mean it's a very cutthroat competition. This really one qualifying and it's into the medals. So you're talking about bringing your best effort in this one race, and everything has to fall into place. Well, so far these two riders will feel they've done that, but there's still 4 riders to come out, and well, amongst them some of the very best in the business, the World Championship silver medalist and the gold medalist still to come. Shahruddin top of the table at the moment.
Well, one of these riders is going to potentially have the potential to qualify for a medal ride.
Well, one might feel that it could be this man, Liang Weikong, silver medal at the World Championships in his first Paralympic Games. On the other side of the track, a man in his 8th Paralympic Games, an absolute superstar, Ricardo Ten Aguirre. Well, he's got 13 swimming world championship medals. He's got 25 paracycling medals, says Ricardo Ten Aguirre. And he's transitioned from swimming to paracycling superbly.
Well, they're both really flying at the start, but I just have a feeling that Liang of China is just really dialed in, should I say. Maybe not as aerodynamic as the very, very, very experienced Ten Aguirre from Spain. 8 Paralympic Games. It's absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, he has an aerodynamic position like I've never seen before. It's absolutely superb. His cadence is superb. Everything looks beautiful. He's just not as fast as Liang. Chinese rider, much more upright position.
And he won the scratch race and the Omnium at the World Championships in Rio in March. He's in some form. He was the world champion on the road in Glasgow last year in the C1 category. Liang. This man is a Paralympic legend, Aguirre. One of many who've transitioned from one sport to another with huge success.
Liang is still improving his time against Ten Aguirre of Spain. However, fatiguing just a little, I feel. Catching is going to be a difficult task, but having him in sight is going to give him a huge benefit.
Well, Aguirre's won golds in the pool in Sydney and Beijing. Has won 14 world titles on the track in paracycling. In the World Championships, of course, every classification has their own race and world title. In the Paralympics, they combine the categories in many of the disciplines, not so in this one. And he's got the stamina going now, Aguirre.
Yeah, he's really putting Aguirre in this last part of the race. He's got a much, much higher cadence. And tell you what, he's coming back. As I said, Liang is tiring, he's fatiguing. And we've got Ten Aguirre of Spain. He is absolutely flying. He's been saving something.
Yeah, he's got 500 to go and he's got something in the tank.
Yeah, he might bring this back. Panic here from China. The coach is under pressure.
Yeah, they know they're under a bit of pressure here. He's really tiring. He looks across the track. Aguirre has put in a huge effort here. Still Liang, just behind.
Yeah, Liang's still leading, but wow, look at this comeback from Ten Aguirre. Can he make it? Last lap, he's still behind.
This is going to be so, so close. Liang and Ten Aguirre from Spain. A debutant and late-time Paralympian. They will get to the line. And
oh, it's going to be close.
It's going to be close.
It's China.
Yeah, Liang will take it. 3:42.468, but what a comeback. What a fighting ride from Ricardo Tenagiles to take second place.
Well, that comeback from Aguiles, that's just pure experience, you know, pacing yourself. This man will be in a world of pain, I can tell you that. Coming under pressure and having to fight and give that extra, just find something extra. The coach starts to panic on the inside of the track.
Yeah, they'll come back as well to race in medal races. Which one it'll be, well, remains to be seen. But they are first and second in the standings now with 2 riders still to go. As I said, the riders with the 2 fastest times will ride for gold, and the next 2 will race for bronze.
And we look at the replay here, you can just see the cadence that Aguiles picked up in the last kilometre. It was absolutely phenomenal for an athlete to have something left in the tank like that. Well, now we watch here, Liang of China, he is just emptying the tank. He's got nothing left. Can't even feel his legs. They're just going round. Just bring me to the finish line. Oh, he did enough.
So, first and second so far, Liang Weikong and Ricardo Tenagiles into the medal races. And second Chinese athlete goes in the last of the heats here, Li Jiangyu and Pierre Senska from Germany. Well, Senska is another who's transitioned from one sport to another. In his 3rd games, 36-year-old. And Li Jiangyu in his 3rd games, well, he's the world champion in this discipline. Also the defending champion from Rio and bronze, in the gold medalist in Rio and bronze in Tokyo. He won the 1K time trial in London, Rio and Tokyo's Paralympic Games. Senska, Beijing and Tokyo. Away they go, final heat in the men's C1 3000 individual pursuit qualifying. Li Jiangyu, the world champion, and Senska at home on the road, but certainly a threat here as he started quite well, but not quite well enough at this stage. But as we've seen, as we know, this race over 3,000 meters can see riders fighting back late in the race. So, Jiangyu at the moment going two, they're indicating where he's measured up against those who've gone before in the competition. Very impressive so far. Now he's posting a time that is already putting him at the top after 1,000 meters, 2,000 to go. And Senska will be feeling the heat from behind fairly shortly, because Li Jiangyu is closing in on the German.
Yeah, Li now has, from China, the fastest time so far at this point of the competition. He's absolutely flying, he's in the zone. He looks fast, he's composed, and he's about to make a catch. Unfortunately, he's going to have to do this pass in the corner, take the long way around. You can see he moves up the track just a little bit further distance than he would have liked to have done, but he makes a quick pass.
He's going very well indeed, Senska. Well, he's just got to hang in and dig deep now and ride his own race and not worry about Li up ahead. Focus on his own times. He'll have his coach trackside giving him the intervals and the indications of where he should be.
Well, looks at this point of no doubt he might be the fastest qualifier for the final, but anything can happen in the final laps.
Senska's first World Championship medal was back in 2006 in the team sprint. He did take the bronze in Rio in 2024, a couple of months ago. He had a disappointment last year ahead of the World Championship in Glasgow, broke his collarbone while racing at the World Championships.
Yeah, the cadence of Li of China is still looking quite comfortable, whilst we see Senska of Germany really fighting the bike. A well-built bloke, really looks like a powerful rider for the shorter events, but this is a 3,000 meter individual pursuit, and it is Li Jiangju of China. He is absolutely flying. Pain face is on.
Well, Mikhail Astashov's record in Tokyo at the Paralympic Games was 3:35.954. This could get close to that. He's on his final lap now. Li, is he going to bring it home in world record time? This could be the second world record. What a ride! Li Jiangju of China breaks the world record in the qualifying for the men's C1 3,000 meters individual pursuit. The world champion, and Pierre Senska, he qualifies for the bronze medal race. In fourth place, he will race for bronze, but this man will race for gold as the new world record holder. Li Jiangju.
Oh, what a ride. And he had a bit of a wobbly start too, so he can improve on that. If he can recover, of course. There's a lot of work to do in the next couple of hours before he lines up for the final of this event, but wow, wasn't that a superb ride.
So Germany's Senska in the fourth will race against Ricardo Tenagis for bronze.
We can see that little, when I said wobbly start, it comes off the track, just covering a little bit more distance. He has the advantage and disadvantage of passing a rider. The advantage being that you've got a rider to chase, but the disadvantage, you have to take more distance, especially when he got caught making the pass in the corner. So he does have room for improvement, perhaps on a new day. I'm not sure about on the same day, but thumbs up for the world record.
Yeah, delight, yeah.
An achievement.
And gold and silver is guaranteed for China, because Li Jiangju will race Liang Weikong for the gold. Lovely moment between the two athletes on track. Congratulations to the new world record holder.
Hey.
Fantastic. So, world records on the first day of action here in the velodrome. As I say, it's a very demanding day for these athletes. They'll be returning to race for medals later on in the afternoon.
How confusing mentally when you've just broken a world record and you want to celebrate, but you have a final to contest as well.
Just sensational, isn't it?
Oh, the excitement, celebrations, wonderful. He's wearing that beautiful speed suit with a zip down the back as well. Love that.
Confirmation of the results in the qualifying of the men's C1 3,000 meter individual pursuit. Li Jiangju will go up against Liang Weikong as the new world record holder for the gold medal, and Ricardo Tenagis will be up against Pierre Senska, Spain against Germany, for the bronze medal. So savouring the moment of a truly superb ride. I say world class, well it is, because it is the very best ever in this discipline, and by a considerable margin as well, by close on 4 seconds.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I didn't think the world record and the Paralympic record would be broken here, because it was significantly faster. The amount of work that must have been put in by Team China to achieve these times here in Paris over the last 4 years, absolutely phenomenal.
Our next event will be the women's C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit qualifying.
Turn our attention back to racing now. Thanks to all of you for being with us in the velodrome, creating such a special atmosphere for these incredible athletes. We're going to turn our attention to the women's C1 and C3 3,000 metres individual pursuit qualification.
Et on continue en effet ces phases de qualification avec cette fois-ci la poursuite individuelle 3000 mètres femmes, catégorie C1.
So our next event is the women's C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit. Defending champion is not here, Paige Greco, the Australian. However, the silver medalist and a bronze medalist from the Tokyo Paralympics are both here. Wang Xiaomei of China and Denise Schrader of Great Britain. This is the field. 5 heats. First introduced in London in 2012, where China's Sini Zheng beat Simone Kennedy to take the gold. There are 11 athletes, 6 C2, 4 C3, and 1 C1. And we've got world champions in all 3 of those classifications here. Wang Wei of China, Daphne Schrader of Great Britain, and Wang Xiaomei, all world champions in C1, C2, and C3 respectively. Be very, very competitive indeed. This track is fast, there's no question about it. It's warm in here, although the outside temperature is considerably lower than the temperature inside the velodrome, which is probably somewhere around about 27, 28 degrees centigrade. Appreciably cooler than that outdoors, but the track cyclists love a warm environment here to cut through. First heat in the qualifying for the women's C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit. That is Colombia's Daniela Muniva Flores. There'll be support, that's for sure. Environmental engineer. She helps run a family farm in Cuyta, beg your pardon, in Colombia. She's in her 3rd Paralympic Games. And making her Paralympic debut. What a moment for 26-year-old Jyoti Gadiera. Was a rower, was a para rower before turning to paracycling. So many paracyclists turn their attention to the move from one sport to another. And 26-year-old Indian was a rower, now a paracyclist. The first of 5 heats in the qualifying in the women's C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit. This is a brutally hard category and a race. 12 laps and similar format here. The fastest 2 riders racing for gold, and the 3rd and 4th riders will race for bronze.
Well, it makes it quite difficult, doesn't it? There's 10 starters and only 4 of the riders get a chance to race for a medal here at the Paralympics in Paris. So it's a very important ride for every rider that comes out onto the track. All or nothing.
Muniva Flores is out strong and fast. Gaderia is starting to find her rhythm now. She's a woman of great ambition and has set her sights on climbing Mount Everest sometime in her career and her life. Meanwhile, she's focusing on putting in the fastest possible time she can here against Daniela Muniva Flores, although this is all about time. Although there are 2 riders on the track, it's basically about posting the fastest time you possibly can. And Muniva Flores is closing in for the catch on Jyoti Gaderia.
Very early in the race as well. Takes that pass in a beautiful position coming into the home straight.
So she's through halfway stage and she's well clear now, setting the fastest time. Daria just trying to manage that time and manage her efforts not to run out of puff over the back end of this race when it is so tough.
This just amazes me how smooth these riders can be. I know these custom bikes are weighted so that they can, obviously their body weight's different on each side, and to weight the bike so they can ride as smooth as possible. They're holding the black line until the fatigue really sets in, the lactic acid. The eyes go a little bit blurry. The Colombian now just getting the thumbs up from the coach.
Well, Muniva Flores' best Paralympic performance was in the road race. It was 4th in the C1 to 3 road race in Rio. 2 times para road individual time trial champion though. There's no question that Muniva Flores is in control with 2 laps to go in this race. Trying to bring it home strong. She knows the strong riders are coming later on in this competition, but she's doing all she can to put down an early marker that will challenge those riders to push themselves well beyond their limits in terms of their previous times.
It's definitely an advantage for the riders that come later, knowing what times they have to beat. Sometimes you can just go beyond what's possible when there's something to catch, when there's time to catch. Here comes a second catch of the day.
Just as she crosses the line.
Quarter of a lap to go for the Colombian.
And she's going to bring this home in a 4:14.667. That's the time that is going to be aimed at by the remaining riders. Meanwhile, Jyoti Gadaria is going to bring her ride to a conclusion. First Paralympic experience for this former rower. It is such a tough race. There's 3,000 meters, 12 laps of the track. Using the track now to try and bring it down. And 4:53.929. Gadaria of India. 39 seconds adrift of the time of 4:14.667. So now it is a time of waiting for Daniela Flores. We catch a glimpse of her efforts over 4 minutes, 14 seconds. She caught her marker twice on this ride. Minerva Flores.
That would definitely have been an advantage for her race, because to have a rider to chase and pull in twice, even with that extra distance passing, definitely an advantage to the overall time.
So in our second heat, we've got the Paralympic record holder, beg your pardon, in the C1 classification. Jiang Wanwei of China. And for Ireland, Rochelle Timothy. Heat number 2 in the women's C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit qualifying. The time to beat is 4:14.667. The two fastest times after the qualifying will race for gold. The next two finishers will race for bronze. And on track, Jiang Wanwei, the Paralympic record holder in the C1 class. And Rochelle Timothy, the 29-year-old from Ireland, former football player, represented Ireland under 15 and under 17. Now runs a fitness business, RT Fitness. Wanwei, a 9-time world champion, including in this discipline, so she really is a threat.
Yeah, Timothy made a hugely fast start. She already has the Chinese rider Qual in sight.
Yeah, this is a good start from Timothy. Very impressive.
You've got to wonder though, will she blow up? Can she hold on to it? There's such a big advantage now that she's in the same straight. She's got something to chase. She really is chasing it hard.
Wanwei is riding her own race, and that's the key here, is to ride at your own set pace. Try not to get drawn into focusing on the other rider on the track. It's all about that time. It's all about if you can post your fastest time, which could vault you into those medal races. Top 4 will go to race for medals.
Well, the coach not too concerned. A little bit under pressure, but not too concerned. Interesting that the Paralympic record of Qual today she's riding front spokes wheel rather than a front disc wheel, and very wide handlebars, which means she needs the stability. She's being passed now by Timothy of Ireland. Beautiful pass in the straight. Big, powerful rider.
Major advantage now for Michelle Timothy. She is the C3 rider here. And Chung Onway, the C1 world champion. Now she has Timothy ahead of her to try and use her as motivation to finish this off strongly. 1,000 meters to go.
Yeah, not quite enough, I think, for Qual to come back, unfortunately, surprisingly. Timothy on a sensational ride. Looks beautiful on the bike. She's in a world of pain at the moment, but still very, very controlled.
Paige Greco set the world record in Tokyo in the C3 in 3:58.15. I think that's going to be under threat here, but Timothy's putting together a very impressive ride. For 14.667 is that fastest time.
It's outside the world record for Timothy. Oh, she's finished. No, now.
So yeah, 4:05.247. Just under 10 seconds ahead of Munivar Flores. And here comes Wang Wei, who finishes off her ride in a Paralympic record in the C1 category, the classification. She's beaten her own time.
Well, she's obliterated her.
Isn't she just?
She's obliterated her record from Tokyo.
Her previous record in Tokyo, 4:31.476, and she has clocked 4:17.814. Quite phenomenal ride.
Well, that was a phenomenal improvement in 4 years. 4:17 today and 4:31 in Tokyo 3 years ago. Timothy goes to the top of the leaderboard, 4:05.247.
And if you're wondering how close that is to the world record, well, Frances Brown of Great Britain's world record set in Glasgow last year in the C1 classification is 4:10.941. So she's just under 7 seconds outside that time, but a really impressive ride here by Zhang Wangwei. And great support for Michelle Timothy. She's delighted with that.
Oh, she's at the top of the leaderboard, so for now it's looking quite good for Michelle Timothy of Ireland.
Yeah, it's a waiting game now. It becomes quite tense because she's top of the leaderboard.
6 riders.
6 riders to come, and you know 4 are going to go through to the medal races. Is she going to be one of those? Anna Beck from Sweden. And on the other side of the track, Micah Hausberger. Was an athlete in Rio in the long jump and the 400 meters. In London and Rio, in fact. An ankle injury, couldn't run anymore, but has moved impressively onto paracycling. Heat number 3 in the women's C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit here in the velodrome at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines on day 1 of the Paris 2024 Paralympic track cycling program. 4 medals will be decided today on this first day, and one of them will be in this discipline, the women's C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit. This is the qualifying. The fastest 2 riders will go through to the gold medal race. The next 2 will race out for bronze. And on track right now, Anna Beck from Sweden and Maika Hausberger from Germany.
Hausberger's going to absolutely flying. She's really out there having a great ride so far. So early, so fast. But look, she looks in control. She looks very smooth on the bike.
4th Paralympic Games for her. And she's a C2 athlete. Anna Beck, C3, 6-time world champion Anna Beck from Sweden. 6th in Tokyo. And a medalist in the road race and individual time trial, Anna Beck.
Hausberger's on a great ride here.
So Maika Hausberger is also a para-triathlete world champion. So hugely versatile. She's about to make the catch. And does so. Well, she's keeping a superb rhythm and momentum here. Is Maika Hausberger from Germany.
Oh, she looks so comfortable on that bike. She's just like one complete unit with the bike.
Away from her sport, Anna Beck has a master's in psychology and behavioral science and works with children in that field.
Hausberger's coach giving her a little bit more encouragement, because you can see she is fatiguing a little bit because Anna Beck is able to stay in the slipstream.
Yeah, she's not losing too much ground, is she? Using the track as well, trying to stay out of the slip. Here she goes.
Hausberger still the fastest rider out on the track, making her way to the top of the leaderboard. Can she hold on? 2 more laps to go for the German rider. Well, red flag for Anna Beck. She's just been told, warning that she's in the slipstream. She needs to move up the track and stay outside of that slipstream.
She can't draft the German rider.
Well, once she moves out of that slipstream, she may lose quite a bit of time to Hausberger, because she's again moved herself into the slipstream, we can see. So she's going to get another red flag.
Well, I tell you what, Maika Hausberger is in great range here to break the Paralympic record, if not the world record. 4:06.263 is the Paralympic record. And she has gone with a world record as well. 3:49.444 for Maika Hausberger. And Daphne Schrager, who will ride later, her marker 3:51.721 has been put to rest. And Anna Beck.
Well, Anna Beck runs
also
second,
went well,
second position, so absolute superb ride from Anna Beck, but she may be penalised, so we'll have to wait for an official call on whether she used the slipstream a little too much. But what a ride. That was, I'd say, surprising. Phenomenal.
World record for the C2 for Maika Hausberger. Anna Beck, a C3 athlete, and well, there's the congratulations and appreciation from the coach for Maika Hausberger. Anna Beck, second fastest thus far, with 4 riders still to go. Here's the catch.
So powerful. Just so beautiful looking on the bike.
It's incumbent on the rider who's been passed to stay out of the slip of the rider ahead. And its flag was an indication that she was a little too close to that.
It's actually incredibly difficult to understand if you're not a cyclist that it's actually a really long distance where you still get that benefit. So she's been asked not to drop back but to move up the track so she's not directly behind in the slipstream.
Just keeping an eye on Anna Beck as she came in. The commissaire did indicate to her to be, there may be a penalty there. Maike Hausberger, what a ride by the German. Top of the rankings thus far, but it gets tougher because we get to the higher ranked and faster riders. This is the C3 world champion, Wang Jiamei. He was the silver medalist in Tokyo, the gold medalist, Paige Greco, not here. She is the, well, the favorite to improve on that silver, but she knows what lies in store with that Hausberger ride. And back straight. Silver in the World Championships in this discipline. Florina Riegling in the C2 category. Heat number 4 in the women's C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit qualifying. And the top 4 in these qualifying rounds go through to the medal races. And the current leader is Maike Hausberger of Germany, 3:49.444, and a Beck 3:59.993. But it could be that those two might not make the medal races because there are still 4 riders to ride, and 2 of them are on the track now. Wang Jiamei of China and Florina Riegling. And Jiamei.
Yeah, Wang Jiamei, my gosh, if we get a close-up, if we get to see the size of her front chainring and the amount of power she is putting out is absolutely phenomenal. I don't think I've seen a female individual pursuit rider with a chainring so large as we will see on the rider of China here.
Absolutely phenomenal time thus far. She's flying, is China's Wang Jiamei, the woman who finished second behind Paige Greco in Tokyo.
Oh, I'm feeling Paige Greco not here. I have a feeling her record might be broken if Wang can stay on top of this. She's still got a little bit of work to do.
Well, she's had a phenomenal year. In March at the UCI Para Track Cycling World Championships in Rio de Janeiro, she won 4 gold medals in the time trial, the individual pursuit, as well as the scratch race and the Omnium. So she's a woman in prime form at the right time. This is when you want to be peaking, is at the Paralympic Games, when you'll bring your very, very best form, and all those years of preparation and sacrifice and dedication. You bear the fruits of that here on this very track.
Wang of China now able to see in front of her the rider from Switzerland, Riegling, so she's got something to chase.
When getting closer to the rider up front and you can start seeing the rider, the key is perhaps not to get too excited and to chase that rider.
You really do have to keep things under control because the adrenaline kicks in and you can overcook it. You can really put that effort in. Okay, I want to catch this rider, that's the finish line, but it's not. You've got further to go, so there really is a lot of control needed when you have a rider in front of you.
So, on the other side of the coin is that Riegling just needs to keep complete focus on what she is doing here.
Well, Wang of China has just moved into being the fastest on the track and a little bit faster than Hausberger that we saw in the last heat. So at the moment, she's the fastest out on the track.
But Wrigling's done well here. She's holding off Wang Xiaomei. The catch looked imminent, but now it's less likely. Xiaomei looking ahead and perhaps now starting to eye her out as she's bringing the power towards her finish. There's the bell, final lap.
Wrigling's still in, medal contention.
Absolutely. So, Wang, can she post the fastest time here? C3 world record is 350. Yes, she smashed it. She's absolutely smashed it. Wang Xiaomei. And, well, smiles all round for China. The C3 classification. Absolutely phenomenal. That tells you this track is super fast.
It's a fast track, Gerald, but can you just imagine the amount of work and evolution of the bikes and everything that's gone into just a 3-year period to make such a significant difference, like 6 seconds over 3,000 meters. It's massive, it's huge.
Yeah, you really, as we look at now, Wrigling, whose time, incidentally, was good enough to put her in third place. The top of the leaderboard, Wang Xiaomei, 3:44.660. Monica Hausberger, the world record holder in the C2, is 3:49.444. Which, now, Daphne Schrager and Keiko Sugiura will go in the final heat as we keep an eye on Wang Xiaomei. New world record holder. Yeah, in 6 seconds you got a portion. Obviously, the advancement in technology, perhaps the speed and conditions in the velodrome here, and of course the athletes' preparation and condition that they've peaking at the right time. All of those factors come to bear somewhere along the line, and nearly 6 seconds is a huge chunk out of that world record.
Oh, this is just an amazing thing to see. A world record, a Paralympic record. The burning and the lactic acid. The ice vest straight on for cooling the core temperature. This is so important. It's very warm in the track. That's why we're seeing world records broken. It's a fast track, wide bends, short straights. Very ideal for world records.
Yes, incidentally, this track is a meter wider than most tracks of this quality around the world. We come to our final heat in the women's C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit. And climbing onto her bike is Daphne Schrager, the world record holder in C2. Well, that was until Maika Hausberger beat the time earlier in the qualification here. That is Daphne Schrager, the world champion in Glasgow last year. She was an athlete at the Commonwealth Games 2018 in the 100 meters. And she gave that up when she finished school and took to paracycling. Keiko Sugiura. The final heat in the qualifying competition in the women's 1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit. 23-year-old Daphne Schrager of Great Britain making her Paralympic debut. And on the other side of the track, well, the gold medalist in the road race and the individual time trial in the C3 from Tokyo, Japan's Keiko Sugiura, at the age of 52, the oldest athlete in this competition. As a top triathlete and had a terrible crash in 2016. Resulted in cerebral contusion, and she turned to paracycling, and with great success went on to win her first world title at her very first World Championships in 2017. And then road race and time trial gold medals on home territory in Tokyo at the 2020 Tokyo Paralympic Games. Now this could be good. Schrager a C2 athlete and Segura a C3 athlete. So 1,000 meters done, and Schrager just ahead, but not by much.
Well, there's so many different races kind of going on here, isn't there? Because we're looking at Schrager wanting to get her C2 record back that was broken by Hausberger earlier in this session. She'll want that record back.
I mean, to be honest, she's going to have to get it back, you feel, if she wants to get into the gold medal race. Segura very solid.
Obviously down on Schrager, Great Britain at the moment.
Great Britain on very, very advanced technology on that bike.
Yeah, known to be one of the fastest bikes in the world, designed and built by Lotus. And you can see it's so different because it has such wide forks. And the rear stay also has two very wide rear seat stays. And that's to avoid the vortex from the spinning legs. So so they're more aerodynamic, you can see from the forks through the legs through to the back forks or rear seat stays, that this bike is one of the fastest in the world.
Well, she's got to bring it home in a negative split here, Denise Schrager, if she wants to break that world record set by Maike Hausberger. Perhaps that's the plan here. She's emptying the tank over the last 1,000 meters here. Gold medal race for the top two qualifiers here. The next two will race for bronze.
She needs to go Schrager 3:49.
Yeah, 3:49.444 is the time she wants to beat to get into the gold medal race. And she will go to the bell now, Daphne Schrager. And that 3:49 looks in sight. Can she bring it down? Broken earlier in the qualifying competition by Maike Hausberger of Germany. Schrager has put in all the work and all the effort, the free Paralympic Games camps and all, and she's on course there to regain that world record. Yes, she does. 3:45.133. She came into Paris 2024's Paralympic Games as the world record holder. She lost it during qualifying and she's regained it here. 3:45.133. And that is a superb performance.
She's second on the leaderboard. So she'll be racing for gold. And there's, say, it's about half a second between first two riders. So it could be a very exciting final between Wang and Schwager.
Well, meanwhile, Japan's Keiko Sugiura is in the worst possible position because she finished in 5th place, so she's outside of the qualifying places for the medal races. But she put in a huge effort there and finished just over 3 seconds outside of Florina Rigling, who is the last of the medal qualifiers.
Schwager's gone nearly 7 seconds faster than in Tokyo. It's just an incredible thing to comprehend.
Yeah, nearly 4 seconds faster than, well, over 4 seconds faster than Hausberger, who broke her previous record. So yeah, she's delighted, and you can see it there. She rolls in to a catcher. That is a phenomenal ride by Daphne Schrager of Great Britain through what is known as the mixed zone there. Every athlete finishes their race and they come along that taped off area where the world's media are positioned to do interviews and get comments. So this is how the qualifying has turned out in the women's C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit. 2 world records going. Wang Xiaomei in the C3 and Daphne Schrager in the C2. Both will race for gold today in the final. Maike Hausberger broke the world record, but was regained by Schrager. And she will race Florina Riegling of Switzerland for the bronze medal on day 1 in the National Velodrome.
We'll get you on the turbo and bring one over there.
She's having difficulty getting off the bike. That's how much effort goes into these rides.
It's all about recovery for these athletes now. The medal races will take place at the end of the first day's program here in the Velodrome. We have one event in qualifying still to come, and that's the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit qualifying for the visually impaired cyclists.
je crois que vous pouvez l'applaudir plus fort encore. Merci, Chateau.
Thank you to DJ Qual for keeping the party going in this velodrome. We're going to turn our attention back to racing very, very soon. Our next races on the track will be the men's B 4,000 metres individual pursuit qualification. We'll have a total of 8 heats to qualify for the finals.
Et place maintenant dans quelques instants en qualification de la poursuite individuelle 4000 mètres hommes, catégorie B, qui concerne donc les malvoyants et non-voyants. Il y aura donc 8 séries à suivre dans les toutes prochaines minutes.
So our final qualifying event on the opening day of action in the National Velodrome at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines is the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit qualifying rounds. And this is for athletes with visual impairments, blindness, and they have a pilot on the front, a sighted pilot. Representing Ghana in his second games, Frederick Assor, 39-year-old, delighted to be back here riding with Rudolf Mense, his pilot. And they will be in the first heat of 8. There are 16 teams doing 16 laps each. 3 from Great Britain, by the way, and they really are a power in this discipline, as are the Netherlands, who have the world record holder in Tristan Bangma, who's riding with Patrick Boss. And they won the World Championships in Rio in March. And this is a big moment for Kane Paris of Australia. Missed out in Tokyo due to a back injury, but he steps onto the track for the first time in a Paralympics event, joining his brother, Chad, who will be competing in the 100-meter sprints here in Paris. He's a bronze medalist in the 100 meters in T13 in 2016, but this is his younger brother, Kane, riding with Luca Zaccaria, and Rudolf Mense riding as a pilot for Frederick Assor, the 39-year-old from Accra. Born sighted, he lost his vision through his teens, and they had a really tough time of it in Japan at the Tokyo Paralympic Games. Their bike didn't arrive, and they were very generously loaned a bike by the Japanese Cycling Federation. For Australia, Kane Paris and Luke Zaccaria. Kane Paris, 27-year-old. Exercise physiologist. From Western Australia. ...16 laps of the track in the qualifying round for the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit for visually impaired athletes. This was first contested back in 1996 in Atlanta, when the Netherlands' Pascal Schultz and Jan Mulder took the gold medal. And the World Championships were those Bangma and Boss who took gold there, Bate and Latham the silver, and Barnard and Lebani the bronze. Well, already Paris and Zaccaria have flown past Frederick Assor. And remember, 16 laps. This is a very, very tough ride indeed. And Assor needs to just not worry about what Paris and Zakaria are doing, and to focus on his job here. The riders with the 2 fastest times will race for gold. The next 2 will race for bronze. After that blistering start, they've settled a little now.
Yeah, have they settled or have they blown up? That's the big, big question. Just recover a little bit because it's coming back. They may have blown up, Gerald. They might be in big trouble, the Australians. They went out super, super fast.
They really did, and look at them now, very, very easy. And communication between Pilot and Stoker here, between Zakaria and Paris, is absolutely critical. That's the key to a successful ride now, and you can see they really have eased off completely here. And
still leading on the track, but only marginally. There may have been a bit of communication. Let's have a few slow laps, get ourselves back together, see if we can find something to finish this off.
Well, that's all. And the men's have been riding together since 2011, so that is a many, many years of experience on the bike. They love riding long distances around Accra and Ghana. They're happy to go for 100, 150 kilometer rides on the busy roads around the city.
Paris of Australia from WA. He has an older brother, Chad, who's competed in the Rio and Tokyo Paralympic Games in athletics.
And will be doing so here in Paris as well, by all accounts. So looking for another medal there.
Very athletic team, family, of course.
No, they really have settled. They've still got the advantage of the Australians. But after that bewilderingly fast start, it's come down to well, not a great deal of difference between the two. Bearing in mind they caught them on after a lap and a half. They're still comfortably ahead and doing the job now, steady as you like.
And Paris is relatively new to this sport as well. The stoker from Australia, he was in 2020 really inspired by his pilot to take up paracycling, and trained together in WA, velodrome there.
Well, this pair were 11th in the Tokyo Paralympic Games. They did go to the Commonwealth Games in 2022 and was 7th there. But building that communication, building that team on the bike is crucial.
Well, they're coming back now. They got their rhythm back together. Got the team from Ghana inside. They've got the same in the same straight. That'll help them.
1,000 meters to go. Yep.
As you said, Gerald, communication between the two, the pilot and the stoker, is absolutely so important.
They talk about the communication exercises they do in training to prepare them for race environments, so that they can pick up signs, they can pick up little nuances that they don't even have to talk, they don't even have to vocalize what the issue is.
Here's the overtake in the straight, beautiful overtake, very controlled. And as you said, Gerald, the communication, it's mostly in body language rather than vocally, as it's very, very difficult to hear with the enclosed helmets, the aerodynamic helmets they're wearing, and also the wind, and they don't hear too much.
Well, they've been lapped twice now. Vassal and his pilot Rudolf Mensah. That's the bell for the Australians, Paris and Zakaria. Well, they went through the first 1,000 meters in 1:06.509, which was quite simply phenomenal. They've come back appreciably, but remember, two fastest times race for gold, so it's a brutal race. And they will look over their shoulders and see the time of 5:42.837 for Paris, the athlete in this Australian team, the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit qualifying. And Frederick Assel and Frederick Menzer have one lap to go. Rudolf Menzer, beg pardon, his pilot. And the crowd really getting behind this pair as they put in a big effort. And they will stop the clock at 6:30.054. Frederick Assel, Rudolf Menzer.
Well, a waiting game for the Australians now. First out of many, many riders, and they need to be in that top 4 for a medal at the Paralympics here in Paris. But Ghana, they raced the Paralympics in Tokyo on a borrowed bike that they weren't used to, so no doubt they've made some improvements.
Well, there's Paris just giving pilot Zachary a pat on the back in appreciation and congratulations. Good job. Heat number 2 in the men's B 4,000 individual pursuit, and this is a race to savor. Martin Gordon and Neil Fucky. Well, Neil Fucky, at the age of 40, is already a Paralympic paracycling legend. Martin Gordon, second games for the 39-year-old. He's an attorney, but this is his passion. Started whilst he was studying law, in fact, at university in Dublin. His pilot is Owen Mullen. Neil Fucky and Matt Rotherham are a formidable combination. They won golds. Neil Fucky has now 20 World Championship golds, picked up 19 and 20 at the World Championships in Rio in March. And he has, well, stepped beyond the sport. He is a superstar, sporting superstar. Martin Gordon and Owen Mullen, well, they know they've got their work cut out here. There's a slight delay.
Well, they have delayed it. The Irish are not happy.
The start of Heat 2, there'll be a big roar around this stadium because there's a very big Great Britain support network, and indeed from Ireland, as Neil Fucky and his pilot Matthew Rotherham fly out of the start. They are world champions, and they are on track with Martin Gordon and his pilot Ewan Mullen from Ireland. Well, Rotherham and Fucky have been together many years and have already set a blistering pace out there. Neil Fucky and his wife Laura won gold medals in Tokyo within a quarter of an hour of each other on the Itsu Velodrome at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. And well, Fucky, as I said, has stepped well out of sport. He's written a book called Earn Your Stripes, talking about his journey in the sport and how to best utilize your talents and get the best out of yourself in whatever field it is, not just sport and cycling.
Yeah, it took Faki a long time to realise paracycling would be his big passion. You know, he's involved in a lot of different sports when he was young, swimming, gymnastics, and actually went to the Paralympics in 2008 for athletics. But he said it was not until the lead up until the London 2012 Games where his funding was cut and he went through a dark period, and he found a new purpose in paracycling. So it is a phenomenal story, Neil Faki, but he's such an entertainer too. If you go to events where he speaks and hear his story, it's just phenomenal.
Well, his life and his wife Laura, their lives have taken on a fairly big change in the last year and a half with the birth of their son Fraser. Laura is here racing as well on track and the road. Neil is just racing on the track. But they'll be sharing out duties, babysitting duties, as they do in training. It's made training a little different for them. But Ireland now have gone ahead. Now, what about this pair? Martin Gordon, Owen Mullen. Martin Gordon started riding at university when he did a ride across Ireland in aid of the Irish Guide Dog Federation or Association, and decided that, in fact, riding a tandem was a pretty decent thing to do. And so whilst he was completing his legal studies, he continued riding and began racing. But whilst he was studying, in fact, he was in the library studying, and a young lady tripped over his guide dog. And they got chatting, and so friendship developed, and they've now been married for 11 years.
Unbelievable. I mean, athletes are usually also very academic or musical, or, you know, they excel in other areas of life. But yeah, Gordon's very impressive. He's got a law degree and he's here competing at the Paralympics in Paris, and Ireland are up at the moment. Yeah, he and his wife Louise also have a daughter Nora. So parents on the track here, wonderful to see, and they're going nicely. Gordon now, they've got 1,000 meters to go, and well, Martin Gordon leads Neil Faki, which will be a very, very impressive ride if they can maintain this. Well, it's just so interesting how often things can change out on the track. At the moment, Ireland are absolutely flying. They've nearly got Great Britain in the straight.
They were fifth in the 1,000-meter time trial in Tokyo.
This is going to be an upset for Faki, absolutely. I know he's got other events and he focuses on the road as well. However, in saying that, this performance, I think, will be a little bit disappointing. They're inside the last 500 metres, the Irish team, and they've got Great Britain in sight. It's a phenomenal ride by Gordon of Ireland.
Absolutely, they're going very well indeed. Martin Gordon and his pilot, Owen Mullen. There's the bell for the Irish pair.
And they are the fastest out on the track so far. They may post the fastest time. And they will cross the line.
Meanwhile, Matt Rotherham is asking for more support from the stands as Gordon crosses the line at 5:27.65 for the Irish pair. Go to the top of the standings, Neil Faki and his pilot Matt Rotherham, 5.5 seconds behind them in second place. 5:27.654, the winning time there. And thanks from Neil Faki and Matt Rotherham. There is good support for all these riders around the velodrome. Yeah, Rotherham said, come on, we need you, we need you. They've got 21 athletes here at the Games. In the track alone, they have Great Britain. By a comfortable margin, the biggest contingent.
Matthew Rotherham's really trying to rev up the crowd there for support for Neil Farkey, get him into a good frame of mind. As we see a replay at the start, Ireland super, super strong. There we see.
They were still on their ride there as well.
Yeah, they still had half a lap to go, asking, come on, I need support from you so Farkey can get some motivation here and bring it home for us. They still qualified second at the moment. Many riders to come, of course.
Well, the Irish tricolors flying high. They're loving it here. They've got a good contingent here and a very strong possibility of getting medals across the track and road disciplines. Our third heat in the men's 4,000 meter individual pursuit. Argentina and Japan. That is Maxi Gomez, Argentina. Japan's Kazuei Kimura. Heat number 3 is underway. It is Maxi Gomez representing Argentina with his pilot Sebastian Tolosa, and Japan Kazuei Kimura and pilot Hiaki Miura. Time to beat 5:27.642. Remember, the 2 fastest times race for gold. Brutal competition this. One shot at it really to get into the medal races. Top 4 race for medals. We've seen a fast start from teams. Seems to be the way to go. Yeah, it's a very, very tough call, this 16 laps of the track.
Argentina going out super, super, super fast. They want to get the team of Japan in sight early. But can they hold on to it? That's the big danger. Both teams look super, super smooth and in sync.
Well, Gomez, the 45-year-old from Argentina, was 7th at Tokyo's Paralympic Games. And he is the Para-Pan Games champion. And Kimura making his debut in the Paralympic Games, the 27-year-old. He was 5th in the time trial at the 2021 World Championships.
Yeah, he took up paracycling in 2017 after playing football at school. He said he had a massive ambition that he wanted to represent his country at the Paralympics in football. But it wasn't until later when one of his school teachers encouraged him to pursue paracycling. And that's his story too.
Well, I mean, paracycling has really benefited so much from the other sports, and it's a credit to the sport that so many of these athletes started in other sports and have gravitated towards paracycling. And it brings such talent and all-round skill. Now the
Argentinian team have just become the fastest riders out on the track. They're absolutely flying. I don't know if they can hold on. They do have this advantage now of being able to chase down the team of Japan and Kimura, Stoker there.
They're looking very smooth and steady.
Yeah, I think personally, looking closely, the 2 riders of Japan look more in sync for me and smooth, but they're about to be caught by the team of Argentina, putting absolutely everything they've got into it. Gomez being the stoker, of course, on the back. And his pilot. Kimura.
Gomez, you can see there, he's working really, really hard. The stoker, his sighted pilot, Sebastian Tolosa, is solid. They were looking as though they were going to make the catch. It's now gone out a little bit.
Well, this is the thing. We could see the little bit of a bouncing around from Argentina. They put everything into that, you know, first 1.5, 2 kilometers. And now the very smooth team.
Absolutely solid, aren't they? Yeah, just looking at them, really solid.
Kimura.
They're finishing well, Japan. They might not be the fastest on the track, but they are finishing very impressively. Could bring this back to bell there for the Argentines. In fact, it's the last lap for both. 5:27.642. They'll do that with ease. And this is going to be very, very close in the end.
They take 1 and 2 on the leaderboard, but wow, didn't Kimura from Japan come back at the finish? So the 2 fastest teams so far. Argentina to the top. Gomez and Kimura, Japan in second position.
Yeah, around half a second between the two, and well, midway through it looked as though the Argentines would make the catch, but they were so strong and solid. Kazuya Kimura and his stoker Kiyaki Miura of Japan. But it is this pair, Maxi Gomez and Sebastian Tolosa, who go to the top of the timesheets at the moment. 4:28.087. There was their start, another very fast, strong start. But what was impressive from the Japanese combination here was Kimura's incredible strength and stability at the back. Core strength key to this. So, yeah, they'll be pleased with that, the Japanese Kazuya Kimura and his sighted pilot Kiyaki Miura. Well, Gomez likewise will be, well, half a second more pleased because he's posted that time. Well, half a second faster.
Certainly so close in the finish. What an impressive comeback.
So our men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit heat 4. It's a second Great Britain combination. James Ball and his pilot Stefan Lloyd up against that man who is the pilot for Thomas Ulbricht. Familiar name to track cycling through the years. Robert Forsterman is Ulbricht's pilot. On board another former athlete, a sprinter turned paracyclist. And Stefan Ulbricht, a bronze medalist in the 100 meters on the athletics track in Paris Athletics in Rio. And he was a silver medalist in the pentathlon in Beijing. And is now a top-class paracyclist. Getting these bikes locked down and making sure that they are stable at the start is critical here. There's such a power, such a force exerted by these riders when they start that they cannot take any chances. Heat 4 of 8 in the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit qualifying. Germany and Great Britain, Thomas Albrecht and James Ball. Albrecht, his pilot is Robert Forsterman, and Ball's pilot Stefan Lloyd.
Well, first lap very close. Both teams looking very professional, very experienced. No doubt done loads of hours of training together. Whoa.
Forsterman, a world champion, of course, on the track in track cycling in years gone by, and a bronze medalist, in fact, in the team sprint in London. But now a pilot for Thomas Albrecht and James Ball and Stefan Lloyd.
Well, it's interesting that a lap. Oh, Great Britain set up as well. Something a little bit confusing going on, because I think both of the stokers have blown up. Personally, we saw Great Britain swing up the track, a bit of communication from the stoker, I need a rest, and we saw the same thing happen with the German team. So both teams have gone out a little bit too fast and said, okay, switch it off for a little bit.
Shut it down and let's prepare for the last 1,000, and they'll pace themselves here. Really steady thing down, yeah, very slow. Forsterman, his monstrous thighs on the pilot.
See, this is sometimes where you can have a problem if the pilot's so much stronger and the stoker wants to keep up. We can end up seeing what we're seeing here. Both teams have their stoker in trouble, needing a bit of recovery.
Stoker, of course, being the visually impaired rider riding behind the pilot.
Yeah, it's all about the capability of the stoker, the visually impaired rider on the back, what they're capable of.
Well, James Ball has 4 individual World Championship gold medals, 14 World Championship medals all told.
So James Ball in big trouble here. He's not ready to start pushing on the pedals again. He's got burning legs. And whilst he's still having a bit of recovery, it's the German rider Albrecht that's closing in. Going to pass Great Britain. Might be game over, I think, for Great Britain. I think it's just that they went out super hard, super fast. And sometimes, like I say, it can take 30 minutes to remove that lactic acid from the legs. And certainly after a 500-meter effort, it would take me over 30 minutes to bring the lactic acid down.
Yeah, it's a really tough discipline, this. And Stefan Lloyd, the pilot for James Ball, just all the while just keeping an eye on the steady pace that's being maintained by Thomas Albrecht and his pilot, Robert Forsterman. Ball was preparing to, in fact, go to his home Paralympic Games in London in 2012 as a sprinter on the para-athletic scene, and had a very bad hamstring tear in April ahead of those games and couldn't take part, and lost his motivation to become an athlete and turned to paracycling. With great success.
You know what, it looks like, unfortunately for Great Britain, for James Ball, they're going to be passed for a second time by Albrecht of Germany. Here comes the catch for the second time. That's just the thing about the Paralympics. You only have that one chance, that 4 or 5 minutes, to absolutely nail it in 4 years. And unfortunately for the team of Great Britain and James Ball, it all went wrong today, unfortunately. Game over. Hard to take. It's going to take a long time to process. But we now see 1 lap to go for the team of Germany. Thomas Ulbricht.
Well, Ball won the gold medal on this track in the team sprint in 2022. But here it is not going quite as well. At Germany, 5:31.994. That'll put them 3rd fastest. Thomas Ulbricht and his pilot Robert Forsterman.
Well, we're still 8 teams to go. It's going to be a very tough ask for the Germans to be in contention for a medal.
2 very strong Dutch pairs to come. The Italian pair, a new combination, Bernard and Klipani. Great Britain have still more hope. They've got 1 more team in Steve Bates and his pilot Chris Latham. The Ball is going to cross the line now in 6:17.368. Only Frederick Gassel-Garner slower than the pair from Great Britain. Not their day today. So Thomas Ulbricht in 3rd place. Well, top 4 make the medal races. That is, in all honesty, probably unlikely, considering the number of teams and the quality of the riders still to come. Brandon Walton, Karel Kopic.
We see the replay here, how much power is exerted at the start of these events. Now, if you see the pilot go out as hard as he can and the stoker has to match that power, it can do so much damage. As we saw from Great Britain's James Ball, it was impossible for him to remove that lactic acid built up in the first couple of laps. Such a difficult discipline to get right.
Well, on track now, 2 riders making their Paralympic debuts. Brandon Walton from the United States, the 26-year-old, 6th at the World Championships. His pilot is Spencer Segerbruch. And this is a big moment for the youngest rider at the entire track program. Karel Kopic, the 17-year-old from Poland, has Marcin Bialbrowski as his pilot. 7th at the World Championships. So this could be a good race. 1 place between the 2 at the World Championships.
Well, one thing they may have learnt from watching the couple of rounds before then, the heats, that they should control themselves a little bit over that first 500 to 1 kilometre of the 4,000 metre individual pursuit. And they seem to be going extremely fast in any case. USA slightly in front at the moment. Brandon Walton.
Walton there, a back injury, ended his para-athletics career. So he's turned his attention to paracycling.
USA still looking quite strong and smooth. Poland look good too, don't they? They've lost a little bit of time on the USA at this point, but have USA gone out too fast, because they are absolutely flying.
They are. Now, can they be a team who can maintain this excellent start? And they bring it home faster. Well, Poland are almost in sight for the Americans as Poland exit the straight. So Walton and his pilot Spencer Segerbruch come off the bend, and they're closing in on them.
Yeah, Walton's pilot will be letting him know that we're approaching Team Poland. We've got them in the same straight. Walton coming from an athletics background as well, only took up paracycling in 2021. Quite an exciting experience for him now, having Poland in the same straight. They still look quite strong.
Yeah, this is impressive. 1,500 to go, and they're the fastest on the track and have been the fastest at this stage.
Yeah, I seem to think once they get to that 2 kilometres to go, that they have probably paced themselves well enough. They will fatigue, of course, but they got too excited about catching the Polish. They're going to make the takeover in the back straight. Stuck on the hip, that'll cost them a little bit of energy, and they'll back into the sprinter's lane for the next bend.
Walton's forward buried into his pilot's back as he focuses on trying to just get absolutely every ounce of energy and effort out of this last, 750 meters.
Poland are trying to fight a little bit now. They're trying to fight into that slipstream. Well, this looks like it's going into the hands of the USA. With a couple of laps to go, they've got it all in control. They're the fastest riders out on the track.
Poland were shown a red flag there just to indicate that they are being monitored for drafting here.
Yeah, 2 laps in a row they've got the red flag, so no doubt there'll be some sort of penalty there. They've just backed off and moved up the track.
So the United States putting down a marker here, 4:10.290. Brendan Walton has done a great job. And the USA go to the top. And Poland are second fastest, 8.9 seconds behind them, and 4:19.202 for Kopic. It's an excellent ride from Brandon Walton and his pilot Spencer Sigerbruch.
Well, Poland sitting second, so on the leaderboard, 4:19.202.
So the catch was on that bend. They had to work quite hard.
It certainly looked impressive. As I said, they had to do a bit of extra work around that bend. Didn't quite get the timing right there to optimise that takeover. But they're happy to be sitting at the top of the leaderboard. 6 teams left to compete in this men's 4,000 metre B individual pursuit.
Confirmation of the standings thus far.
Absolutely exhausted.
As they should be at the end of an effort like that. Remember, they've still got potentially medal races to come. That is dependent on how these remaining heats go.
Well, just to put some things into perspective, we still have the Dutch team to compete, who have the record at 3:58 for the world record, 3:59 for the Paralympic record, and the fastest time we've seen is 4:10, which is way off that. So,
yeah, in the last 3 heats, among them are gold, silver, and bronze from the World Championships earlier this year. So that's the sort of quality still to come. But focus here on the home combination. Johan Palais and his stoker, Alexandra Lloveras. Bronze in Tokyo. Lloveras, the 24-year-old, 5th at the World Championships. And for Ireland, Damien Vereka, 8th in the World Championships in Rio. In his second games, the 44-year-old from Ireland. And Mitchell McLaughlin is his pilot. Huge effort off the line, matched by the roar of the crowd for the French team. And the French rider in this race is Alexandre Lloveras, and his pilot is Johan Pelot. And they are on track with Damien Verrecke, and he is the visually impaired stoker for Ireland, and his pilot is Mitchell McLaughlin. Time to beat the overall leading time at the moment, 4:10.290. Top 4 teams through to the medal races here. They really have to go somewhere.
I'll tell you what, they've spoken out publicly, the team of France and Lloveras, that they really do want to do something special here at the Paralympics. It's not an afterthought. They've worked very, very hard for a few years, knowing that the Paralympics will be held here in Paris. So we may see something special from this pair during this competition. They are certainly looking strong at this point.
Well, they've got the energy of the near-capacity crowd here at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines in Ireland. Well, it is Verrecke, the 44-year-old, who is a mountain climber as well. He knows how to push himself to extremes. He's going to have to do it here, but they're going well enough. It's close, though.
Well, the race on the track is very, very close. However, they will need to lift their pace towards the end to get into medal contention. Well, they just have. In that very, very lap, that very, very moment, France went from 5th fastest on the track to 2nd fastest on the track. They are lifting. The home crowd is really having an impact here.
And Ireland are 3rd fastest, so this is going to be a race if they maintain this sort of tempo. It's still really halfway mark of the 4,000 meters, 8 of 16 laps done. Can they bring it back in a negative split faster than that first 2,000? That is the key. That would be a potential medal earning ride.
Well, Lloveras of France, the stoker on the back. He also has a brother who has competed at the Paralympics.
Fastest on the track. This is Lloveras of France.
This is impressive.
Yeah, he's using this crowd and they are loving it. They can see it on the big scoreboard in the middle of the track. Well, Verrecke of Ireland needs to harness the energy of the crowd, although they're shouting for the other team on the track. Just ride the wave.
1 kilometer to go for Lloveras of France. He's getting the encouragement for the crowd. They're lifting. They are chasing the team of Ireland.
Well, that leading time of 4:10.290 is under serious threat here. No question about it. Lloveras and his pilot, Palais, doing a magnificent job. Can they finish it off? 500 to go. They need to keep it steady, keep that rhythm going. The catch might come before then, yeah.
Well, they've got the advantage at the moment of the chase of the Irish team.
There's the bell for the French pair. Alex Lloveras and his pilot, Johan Pelot. And they are posting a rocketing fast time here. This could well put them to the top of the time sheets. They're working hard to make the catch. And they will post a time of 4:06.928. And that puts them at the very top of the standings. Magnificent ride by Alex Lloveras and his pilot, Johan Pelot. Damien Verrecke and Mitch McLaughlin are 3rd fastest. They are unlikely to race for the medals, but Lloveras and Pelot will have to wait.
Crowd are going absolutely crazy here. It is such a wonderful atmosphere, isn't it, Gerald? It's just amazing.
Well, the crowd really do get behind the French athletes on this track, and it reverberates around this indoor venue. Cacophony of sound that I'm sure energizes all these athletes, regardless of who they're shouting for. Top class ride this by Lloveras and Johan Peot. Perfect position. Lloveras holding on just onto the below the seat post of his pilot, minimizing drag, and the catch was made.
Check out the celebrations. Wow.
Yeah.
Top of the leaderboard. Still 4 teams to compete.
And acknowledging the achievement of his team, and the team acknowledging the support of the crowd. What a thrill to race on your home track in a Paralympic Games. Lloveras, well, bronze in Tokyo. Can they be in the medals here? There's some formidable combinations still to make their appearance, but they've done their absolute best here. They cannot have done much more.
Well, that was one of the comments made by one of these athletes before the Paralympics, is you can bring your A game, your best game, but there can always be someone better. All you can do is your best, and that is exactly right, and that's what we've just seen from the team of France.
The penultimate heat in the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit brings together Great Britain and the Netherlands. Now, I say brings together, it's not entirely a contest against each other, although in fairness this might well be, because these are two teams who will fancy themselves of getting into the medal races. And the top 2 times at the conclusion of this qualifying will race for gold, and 3rd and 4th will race for bronze later on this opening day of action here at the track. So, Steve Bate, gold in Rio in the time trial, Bate silver in Tokyo. They were silver medalists at the World Championships, and this is Vincent de Schuur and Timon Fransen from the Netherlands in their 3rd Paralympic Games. Timing right, away they go. This is Stephen Bate and Chris Latham, his pilot. And for Great Britain, for the Netherlands, beg your pardon, Vincent de Schuur and Timo Fransen, his pilot. So after the rousing race, when the French were on the track, a little bit quieter now with Great Britain and the Netherlands. There's plenty of support for both these nations out there, but there's plenty of tension as well, because they know what they have to do. 4:06.920, the fastest time by France.
It's an impressive time by France to set for this team. I know Bate from Great Britain will have big ambitions to qualify in the top 4 to be in medal contention. So we'll see how they can bring it back, because at the moment they're the 6th fastest team out on the track. The fastest of the 2.
Well, we've seen some interesting tactics and approaches to this strategy of racing these events. Some of the teams, early teams, going out blisteringly fast and blowing up very quickly. Others measuring their pace, and in the last event we saw a team getting faster and faster, and that paid off. So how is this one going to be ridden by these two teams?
Well, I'm sure they've learnt a lot, because the team of Great Britain, Stephen Bate has just gone into the fastest time that we have actually seen in this session on the velodrome. So Great Britain are currently the fastest on the timing board, and they are out to try and catch the team of the Netherlands. Can they do it?
Well, they'll know each other very well. Again, they're not racing directly against each other here, but because they're so well matched, you feel they will keep that as in the back of their minds. The Dutch pair were silver in Rio behind Bate and Latham, who was silver in Tokyo, and the Dutch pair, Descure and Franzen, were fourth in Tokyo, so very closely matched in previous Paralympic Games.
Great Britain are inside the last 2 kilometres. They look comfortable. They're out to chase down the team of the Netherlands. Descure is the stoker on the back of Team Netherlands.
He's a 14-time world championship medalist.
If everything goes to plan for Stephen Bate, this could be the ride of his life.
Well,
he knows there's another 2 teams to come, and he knows one of them is the world and Paralympic record holders.
Yeah, there's some strong teams. That last heat does contain some strong riders, and they know they have to post the fastest time here. There's no question about that. They have to beat the time of the French pair of Roveras and Payot, 4:06.920.
Well, this is a nice advantage for Great Britain. They'll go through this bend and try and make the pass in the straight. They put a bit of extra effort in to get around. They want to get around before they get to that bend, so they can use leverage, the banking, to come back down into the sprinter's lane. As they do so, now, these 2 big, strong riders, we have to pay attention to these bikes. They are enforced to every single section of the bike to be able to handle the power that is put through these bikes by these 2 very, very strong riders.
Well, they're the fastest 2 teams in this qualifying phase thus far. So if they keep that, we are going to see a world record, which is what we do. Bates and his pilot Latham has shattered the record set by Tristan Bangma in Rio, and obviously also a Paralympic record as well. Well, the Dutch are happy as well, because Descure and Franzen have done a great job at 4:04.969, which puts them in second place. With 2 teams to go, they are assured of a medal race. It'll disappoint the French fans because it drops their combination, Alexander Roveras and his pilot Johan Payot, down into 3rd. Well, it may not. We may see in this last race a blow-up, who knows? But judging by the form of Bangma, Boss and Bernard and Plebani, it might not happen. So well done, Stephen Bates and pilot Chris Latham, a new world record in the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit. Perfectly weighted and measured effort by this combination.
Oh, we just saw a massive, massive difference in performance by Great Britain. They looked so smooth. They didn't look like they were struggling. They didn't look like they were in trouble. They didn't look as fast as they were because they were so
smooth.
Comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. When you see something as good as that, you cannot believe they set a world record, because they didn't look as though they were going that fast, but they were super smooth.
Well, they certainly put the hard work in, and I don't know if they expected to break that world and Paralympic record of Team Netherlands, but certainly going to place a lot of pressure on this last heat. And the team of Netherlands that are the favourites, it's Tristan Bangma. Let's see. Well, they don't look as exhausted as I thought they'd be. Well, they're going for the gold medal.
Yeah, they've kept something in the tank. Big effort from them. They knew they had to empty it here today to get to that final. There were some proper times laid down early on.
Well, they're not showing any, I'm sure they're feeling it, but they're not showing to their competitors any signs of weakness here. They are walking down a ramp with legs full of lactic acid after a world and Paralympic record. Unbelievable.
Well, this is the last of the heats, and it's Italy and the Netherlands who conceivably could oust Great Britain from the gold medal race if both of them go under that world record time at 3:56.435. And we are in for something special. Well, we are, because we've got the world champions in his third games. Tristan Bangma, 26-year-old from the Netherlands.
Wow.
And plenty of support in the stands for the Dutch. And his pilot is Patrick Bos. They've been together since just after the Rio Games. Run a very, very professional setup. And they're up against Lorenzo Bernard in his second games and his pilot, Davide Plebani. Bernard has made a very swift transition 3 years ago. He competed in the Coxed Fours in the para rowing competition in the Tokyo Paralympic Games, and he's brought that power and that strength to the tandem here in the paracycling competition. Let's see if it can reap the rewards he's seeking.
I feel some intense nervousness on the face of Tristan Bangma. I don't know if he expected Bate to come out and do what he just did.
There's that, and there's the slightly unknown factor of the World Championship bronze medalists, Lorenzo Bernard and David Plebani, who are a combination, obviously, still growing and improving. As I said, he was a rower. So he took part in his first World Championship, so they wouldn't have raced a great deal against him. The final heat in the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit qualifying. And well, at stake here, well, so much, because the top two teams in qualifying will go to the gold medal race, the next two to the bronze medal. Time to beat is a world record mark set by Steve Bates and his pilot Chris Latham, a 3:56.435. They knocked 2 seconds off the time set by Tristan Bangma, who is the Dutch rider here, and his pilot Patrick Bos set in that world record was set in Rio in March. And this is the pair who took a bronze in that world record race in the World Championships.
Well, just reflecting on how strong these combination of two riders on a tandem bike are, their world and Paralympic records are faster than Filippo Ganna. Of course, they have their combined strength, but this is just absolutely phenomenal. What we are witnessing, what we saw from Stephen Bate, I just don't know if the team of the Netherlands, can they do it? Have they put the hard work in since Tokyo?
Both these teams now, Bangma's come back into medal contention, having put in a heftigly strong lap there. Now second fastest, they're improving all the time, finding their rhythm. This is the Italian pair, Lorenzo Bernard and Davide Plebani. Plebani the pilot, Bernard the stoker, visually impaired athlete. Well, they're now top of the timesheets on the track at this stage. Bernard is third.
Well, Bangma is faster at the moment than Stephen Bates. This is going to be exciting. They know what they have to do, and they are actually doing it. At this point, they are the fastest on the track with 2,000 meters left to go, half of this 4-kilometer individual pursuit. B pursuit, should I say, tandem pursuit. Well, Netherlands are lifting their game.
They're responding to the challenge thrown down by Stephen Bate, the Great Britain rider who broke Bangma's record in the previous heat. He sits center track now with an ice vest on, keeping half an eye on this. I don't think he wants to watch it because it is so impressive from Bangma and Bos. Started in 28 as an 18-year-old in Rio, Tristan Bangma, and is now a world champion. Well, Bernard, new to the sport, bronze medal at the World Championships, his first World Championships for Italy at Rio in March this year. And the former rower has clearly got a fantastically strong engine.
Well, the Netherlands are certainly looking good. They are increasing their speed. They are the fastest on the track. They have the Italians in sight. They have somebody to catch. This makes a huge, huge benefit just to have that team in front. And it's the communication, like we've been saying. It really is a huge, huge responsibility from Patrick Boss to let Tristan Bangma know, okay, we are now catching, save a little bit in the legs because we're going to have to accelerate once we get to them.
There's the bell. A lap to go. Is that world record of Stephen Bates at 3:56.435 going to be toppled?
I think it's going to be broken. Let's see. So close.
Bangma has done it.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable ride. He wanted to regain the world record that they set in March in Rio, and he's done it. Under pressure here in the qualifying at the Paris Paralympic Games. Tristan Bangma and Patrick Boss, top of the timesheets. Joining them in the gold medal race will be Steve Bates and Chris Latham. But what a ride by Bangma and his pilot, because they knew what they had to do here. They had to go faster than they've ever been before.
3 seconds faster.
Yeah, they responded so impressive. Yeah, their previous record 3:58.397, and they've gone exactly 3 minutes, 3.1 seconds faster. Well, Bernard and Plebani, third fastest. Well, they'll race for bronze again as they did at the World Championships in Rio in March.
Unbelievable. What we've witnessed here today is absolutely incredible. Wow. It's going to be an interesting final, I can tell you that, between Bangma and Steve Bate. It's all about recovery now.
Well, the Dutch have a proud record of producing world-class track cyclists, and Tristan Bangma and Patrick Boss are part of that rich heritage.
And to put things in perspective, Filippo Ganna's record for 4 kilometres on this very same track here was 3:59. Today we just saw Bangma ride at 3:55. Huge, huge difference. Beautiful world record, Paralympic record.
Confirmation of the qualifying, and the top 4 go through to the medal races. Bangma and Boss against Bate and Latham. Bernard and Chur will race for the bronze medals as we go all the way down to 16th place. Disappointment for Great Britain's Farket Rotherham, as well as Ball and Lloyd. Expecting perhaps a little more here on this track, but they've got other races still to come. Gauntlet thrown down by Great Britain in the qualifying, and Patrick Boss, the pilot there, and Tristan Bangma, well, they snatched it and ran with it brilliantly, powering to a new world best here, 3:55.396 for this Dutch pair. It's Tristan Bangma there. He's the visually impaired athlete, and his pilot is Patrick Boss. And support from home, well, what a delight. The family around supporting. Well, an enthralling end to our first qualifying session at the National Velodrome at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines. And these riders and all those who have performed incredibly well in this qualifying session will have to regroup and prepare for the finals. The medal races will take place on this track in a short while, with a short break for the riders and all to recover. And just on an hour, the racing will recommence here at the Velodrome. Conclusion of the first session of racing in the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games para-track competition. 4 qualifying events, and the medal races will follow in the following session on this opening day.
Paralympic Games.
nous sommes à quelques minutes désormais de la reprise des compétitions et cette fois-ci avec les premières médailles. Elles rencontrent sur vous, ici, public de 50 ans en Yvelines, pour faire un maximum de bruit. Est-ce que vous êtes là?
We're going live to the world, so we want to make sure that everybody knows about the Paralympic cycling. Let's make a little bit more noise and see how loud you can go after 3. 3, 2, 1, make some noise! some great finals coming up. Thanks to all of you for being with us. Welcome, DJ Qual.
Avec le plaisir d'accueillir de nouveau DJ Qual pour vous retrouver. Quel incroyable public ici à 50 ans Yvelines. Le retour des compétitions dans quelques minutes désormais avec les premières médailles de ces Jeux Paralympiques de Paris 2024. Merci à vous.
Welcome to the Saint-Quentin or Yvelines Velodrome and our session 2 of day 1 of the paracycling track schedule. And we have got 4 medal events coming to you from this beautiful venue on a sparkling day in Paris. And the first medals of 17 to be won and earned here at the para track venue. And a packed house in the venue expectant. We've seen world records already on this track on a blazing day. And we're likely to have a few more as the medals get decided when the stakes are incredibly high. Packed venue, yes. A sellout it is. Plenty of French support for the locals, but of course, all these fans just marveling at the records and the performances of these athletes. Our first event is the women's C4-5 500-meter time trial final. And these are the athletes. This is a factored event, so the C4 athletes, of which there are 3, and there are 3 C5 athletes. The C5 athletes are those with the least impairment, and C4 a little more impairment, and therefore they have a factored time. and that is taken into account so that they can race in accordance with fairness on this track. Plenty of tension. Nicole Murray from New Zealand, 6th in Tokyo, 4th in the individual pursuit. Spain, well, they don't have an athlete in this field, but France certainly do. And Marie Patoulet, C5 athlete, silver at the World Championships. They come from all over the world, and Kate O'Brien will get plenty of support from the Canadians in the stands. She was silver in Tokyo. They'll be expecting her to go one better here. But their work will be cut out. Nicole Murray will ride first, and Li Xiaoyu, Kate Murray, Marie Patoulet, Kadina Cox, the defending champion, and Caroline Groot from the Netherlands are the 6 athletes. The first final at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines in the National Velodrome is here at the Para Track Cycling Competition, the women's C45 500-meter time trial. Six athletes, 3 medals. One rider has won this event for the last 2 games. And that is Great Britain's Kadina Cox. But Caroline Groot there, the Netherlands, far left, broke the world record in qualifying for the final, a C5 athlete. So it's Nicole Murray who steps up first. Clock 37.367 in her qualifying race, the 31-year-old. First rider on the track in our first final of today's opening day at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games Para Track competition. And it's Nicole Murray. 2 laps of the track. She's a C5 athlete, the 31-year-old. The bell will sound now. She's building up good speed. She needs to lay a marker here as the first rider and hope that it stands up against those who are going to follow her to the track. 6th in Tokyo. Well, she wants to go better than that at least, and she'll cross the line now. 37.425 is her time. 37.425. And is fractionally outside her time of 37.367 in qualifying. So she will hope that is good enough to put her within touching distance of a medal here. Silver medalist in her C5 classification individual pursuit at the World Championships, and bronze in the time trial. That was in Rio in March. And an excellent first ride here from Nicole Murray. Well, the grin on her face suggests that she's satisfied with that. .425 and Murray, an average speed of 48.096. Li Xiaoyu, scratch race world champion from Rio earlier this year. No scratch race, of course, individual scratch race in this competition. He's the Asian para champion. CI president in attendance today, which is lovely to see. David Lepatien. And delighted to see such a big crowd here to enjoy the action. Next up on the track, from China, Li Xiaojui, 37.007 in qualifying. C4 athlete, so her time will be factored by 98.67% to allow her to compete on an equal footing with the other athletes in the C5 category in this race. The first Olympic final or Paralympic final for Li Xiaojui of China. Rochelle Gilmore, you'll want to set a time here, won't she?
Yeah, I was impressed with her qualifying time and just that amount of power going through the bike. You can see it's the rider I spoke about that rides a huge front chainring. Very, very powerful.
There's the bell. Her time that she's hunting is 37.425 at least, but she'll want to go faster than that. She knows the faster riders are coming still in this final, but she's still ahead by just a half a second. Can she bring it home with the same pace and power? And she stops the clock just ahead of Nicole Murray by 0.238. So she goes into first place with a factor time of 37.187 seconds, which puts her at the top of the pile. All three medalists from the Tokyo Paralympic Games are here. Kadina Cox, Kate O'Brien, and the Dutch rider Caroline Groot. Well, Li Xiaojui will be hoping that her time will be good enough to contend with them. .37.187 for Li, so she's again fractionally outside her time in qualifying at 37.007.
Yeah, I find it really hard to imagine that any of these riders would be able to better their times from the previous session here today at the velodrome, because they had to give them maximum effort and they've had such a short amount of time to recover that it seems a near impossible task.
What a journey Kate O'Brien from Canada has had. She had aims of competing at the Winter Olympic Games as a brakeman in the bobsled team in 2014, had a knee injury and then turned to cycling and managed to race at the Olympic Games in Rio in the Keirin team sprint and sprint, and then had a terrible crash on the velodrome in 2017, and the resultant injuries turned her to paracycling, and she's already a silver medalist from Tokyo in this very event. Kate O'Brien, a C4 athlete, 36.994 in qualifying. Well, she'll be totally focused on at least getting as close to her qualifying time at 36.994 in this final. Third rider on track in the women's C4 500-meter time trial final. It is Kate O'Brien of Canada, 36.994 in the qualifying. More importantly, she wants to go faster than 37.187 here.
Oh, it's amazing to see the explosiveness out of the gate, especially on those sprint handlebars that she's chosen to use. She gets to use upper body power, and she is absolutely blitzing around this track. The Canadian, Kate O'Brien, what can she do? She's up at the moment, the silver medal in Tokyo. Can she go better here? She's just up, and she will cross the line and go fastest. 0.314.
Canada's Kate O'Brien, 36.873, her factor time, allowing her to compete with riders like Nicole Murray, who are slightly less impaired as a C5 athlete. The classifications go from C1 down to C5, C1 being the most impaired and C5 the least impaired.
Oh, absolutely beautiful to watch. Very, very controlled, holds that black line so smoothly. And you see her core strength is just absolutely incredible as she throws for the line. Big support from the crowd for the Canadian.
So top of the timesheets right now with 3 athletes still to ride. So, well, the chances of a medal are still there. And the French crowd are on their feet because their favorite is next on track. Marie Patoulet, silver at the World Championships in her C5 race. At the World Championships, each classification has their own separate race. All those World champions are here, but at the Paralympic Games, it is a combined race. Actually, a C5 athlete. Well, the crowd will roar her away from the start. Marie Patoulet from France, as she bids for a medal here at the Velodrome at Saint-Quentin. Evelyn in front of her home crowd. They're on their feet waving their flags, and she's looking to go at least faster than Kate O'Brien's 36.873. She's outside of that time, but is she into her move now? The bell is gone. She's still outside, and she's got to bring this home fast. It might be too much of an ask for Marie Patoulet. The crowd are doing all they can to bring it to the final. She's brought it back a little bit. Will it be fast enough to get to the medals here? She drives for the line now. Patoulet does!
Incredible. Patoulet, she is a phenomenon. She loves the endurance events that are a lot longer, like the individual pursuit and the road races, individual time trials. And the crowd has lifted her. That was very unexpected.
Unbelievable final lap. She was well down, 0.7 of a second down, and brought it home in sensational fashion to finish with a time at 36.700. She's in the medals on our home track. That's what the home crowd does.
There's tears in the crowd. There's tears nearly from myself, Gerald, because I know she's got more to come in other events. And look at this. The bike, it to me looks like one of those great British Lotus bikes. Very, very, very similar look bike there with a very wide aerodynamic forks, as you can see, and rear seat stays as well. One of the fastest combination of bikes you can find on the market if you've got a spare 20 or 30,000.
Well, you feel if any evidence was needed that a partisan home crowd can give you extra energy and extra strength, there it was. That final lap was quite simply phenomenal from Marie Patoulet. She acknowledges the support of the crowd and the family out in the stands. She's on the medal table at the moment. There's still 2 riders to come.
So it's just a matter of what color it will be. But this is actually, as I said, it's a phenomenon. It's so unexpected. And I've had the really top coaches in the world tell me how much they believe a home crowd can make a difference. And she has just done something that was unexpected and really, really, really exciting to watch.
Well, this is the C4 world record holder, Kadina Cox, 35.436 in qualifying. She is the gold medalist from Rio Paralympics in 2016 and Tokyo in 2020. Kadina Cox, the defending champion in the women's C4-5 500-meter time trial.
Oh, disastrous.
Disaster.
It's all over. She may get a restart, so let's not panic just yet. Because this disaster started from the moment she left the gate, so it could have been an issue with the gate. We'll let the commissaires discuss over that. She says she's okay, but rattled for sure. It'd be something difficult to overcome.
Look of desperation on the face of Kadina Cox explains to her team the issue.
She should get a restart, in my opinion. There'll be some discussion. I think we'll move on to the final athlete and give her a little bit of time to check the bike over, which is very important, obviously.
Well, there's plenty of tension in the velodrome at the moment because lots of shots there of Marie Patoulet because she's already on the medal podium. But what will it be? And whatever happens now could have an impact on this young lady. Well, she's up on the big screen and showing her appreciation.
Marie Patoulet, you will be remembered for years and years to come for that extraordinary performance. Oh, wow, the crowd acknowledges what you've achieved.
Oh, huge banner supporting France up there, Les Bleus.
Now we have medical with the athlete. She's a little bit, I guess, confused. Let's say a little bit rattled. So we see from the start there something maybe mechanically wrong with the bike. Maybe the gate held her back a little bit. But I think it might be a bike issue, to be honest. In any case, there are delegates out on the track repairing the track where she fell. There are medical staff with her, and there are a whole lot of commissaire judges watching the replay to decide whether she will have a restart.
And the crowd, unbelievable.
Well, Kadina Cox from Great Britain, she is the world and Paralympic record holder for the C4 500-meter time trial.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, just to announce to you that Kadina Cox will not be given a restart in this competition. So Kadina Cox will not be deemed to be allowed a restart in this 500-meter
Well, that is
heartbreaking
news for Kadina Cox. Absolutely heartbreaking for her. The two-time defending champion. And great disappointment for Great Britain and for Kadina Cox.
Yeah, just bringing you up to date there. She's not given a restart because they didn't find a mechanical issue with her bike. Look at Marie Patoulet.
Well,
France, well, she's now a silver medalist.
She's at least a silver medalist, and Kate O'Brien has now moved up into the bronze medal position at this stage.
And all the pressure is on
and
Carolina Groot of Netherlands.
Well, this is the young woman who broke the world record.
Yes. What we do know of Caroline Groot is that she's on form today with a brand new world and Paralympic record of 35.3, which is faster than we've seen anyone else go in this final. So she is the clear favorite. Can she pull out the goods when needed?
Well, she's a 7-time world champion. She's studying criminal law. Can she crack this case? Drama here in the women's C4-5 500-meter time trial final. Defending champion Kadina Cox is not going to get a result. And it is now Caroline Groot, who was the bronze medalist in Tokyo, with a shot at gold here in Paris. Last rider on the track. The gold medal is at stake here. Caroline Groot of the Netherlands is on her way. She broke the world record in qualifying. Can she go faster than 36.700, which is the time set by Palais? She's well up at the moment.
She's on fire. This is it. She hasn't put her foot wrong. She has been smooth. She's increasing her lead. She's going for a phenomenal time here. She may even break a previous record because she is on fire.
Here she comes, Caroline Groot of the Netherlands. Gold medal is beckoning. Gold medal is certain. Caroline Groot of the Netherlands is the Paralympic gold medalist in the women's C45 500-meter time trial. Broke the world record in the qualifying and confirmed her brilliant form by taking the gold with a time at 35.566. What a ride.
Only a tenth or so slower than a qualifying, but that's enough to be Paralympic gold medalist here in Paris. But he's our champion of the day. What a surprise. What a phenomenal performance. That's an example of an athlete being able to pull out the goods on the day.
Well, Caroline Groot has done a superb job here as well for the Netherlands, taking the gold medal. A C5 rider winning this C45 500-meter time trial. 35.566.
And Kate O'Brien from Canada, well, bronze medal for her. This is the winning ride, the gold medal ride from Caroline Groot, who has today broken the Paralympic and world record in qualifying for the 500-meter time trial. And then she backs it up with an equally as good performance to take gold Paralympics 2024 in Paris.
Well, she was bronze in the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.
There's our bronze medalist.
Well, that's this year's bronze. She was silver, in fact, in Tokyo. And that's what it means for Caroline Groot of the Netherlands. Absolute delight. Well, she's got 7 World Championship gold medals, but I can bet this one will take pride of place on her display, because that is a phenomenal performance. Groot, Palais takes this surprising silver in front of our home fans, and Kate O'Brien vaults into bronze, all as a result of Kadina Cox not finishing.
So disappointing. I still, my heart beats for her. My heart goes out to her because so unfortunate. As we say, it's Paralympics. Anything can happen on the day. It's just one day in every 4 years.
Everything has to fall into place, and one little mistake, one false move, and things can fall apart, as Kadina Cox found. She knows what it is and takes to win a gold medal, and now Caroline Groot has that sensation. She is the Paralympic champion, the first of the medals decided here in the velodrome, and it goes to the Netherlands. You arrive at a venue at the start of the competition full of pride and hope and expectation. You've done all the hard work. You put the years and years of preparation, the commitment, the sacrifice in. But it all comes down, in this case, to 2 races, and she got it all right on the day. Our next race is in the men's C1 3,000-meter individual pursuit, and this will be for the bronze medal. And one of the phenomenons of Paralympic sport is this man, 49-year-old Ricardo Tenagis, in his 8th Paralympics, and he's up against Pierre Senske of Germany. 12 laps of the track, the bronze medal at stake here. Agis, well, won 7 medals in the swimming pool as a para swimmer, and has 19 paracycling world championship medals, but has yet to win a Paralympic cycling medal. The start of the bronze medal race in the paracycling track competition in the men's C1 3,000 meter individual pursuit. Ricardo Tenaguis of Spain up against Pierre Senska, the 36-year-old from Germany, in his 3rd Paralympic Games, having competed in Beijing and Tokyo, has yet to earn a medal. So both these riders looking for first medals in Paralympic paracycling here.
Well, Tenaguis from Spain, we're looking at now, was just over a second faster than his competition Senska from Germany in the qualifying. They are now racing for the bronze medal.
And Tenaguis has gone out well. Remember, 12 laps of the track, it's a long way to go. It's about pacing yourself, keeping something for the back end of the race. And remember, they did have qualifying not too long ago here.
Well, if we remember from qualifying, it was Tenaguis who really saved a lot for the finish. This time he's gone out quite fast in pursuit of trying to catch his competition from Germany, Senska. Could that be a mistake? It's a completely different tactic than what we saw in the qualifying from Tenaguis of Spain.
Well, he's more an endurance rider. He rode the road races in Tokyo. But he showed he's got the endurance in that qualifying with a sensational back end of the race. He really did bring it home strong. But as you say, Rochelle, this is a slightly different approach. He's gone out fast, very fast. He's 1.8 up.
The difference is now you're racing the component on the other side of the track. That's all you're doing. The time doesn't matter. There's nothing to do with time. It's just about... So he could be trying to intimidate his competition by saying, hey, look, we can already see that he's fatiguing, and we can see that Senska's making a little bit of ground back on him. So, very interesting tactic.
Over halfway, Senska fighting hard and digging deep here. 1.9, it's nudging towards 2 seconds to Aguirre here, the tough physique Spaniard. It's 8th Paralympic Games, started in Atlanta in 1996 in the swimming pool.
You know what? It looks like Aguirre's had a little bit of a rest in the middle, and he's now turning it on for the last couple of kilometres. Is it too early? He's got 2 kilometres to go. No, 1 kilometre. 1 kilometre to go. He's going to do this. He's going to win the bronze medal.
He's over 2 seconds up on Senska. He's almost well over half a lap ahead of him.
I'll tell you, he's riding a very, very professional race here. You'll see him come down onto the black in the bends and drift up to the red in the straight. There he is, he's on the red. As he comes down into the bend, he'll use the banking to come down.
There he is, yep, on the red.
And in the bends on the black. That uses a little bit of speed coming off the bank into the corner and then back up to the red. And he's absolutely flying. This is going to be our bronze medalist, Aguirre from Spain.
4.5 seconds up. A bell lap for Spain's Ricardo Tenaguis, one of the most experienced Paralympians of all time in his 8th Paralympic Games, and he is bidding for a first paracycling medal here, having added 7 swimming medals to his record, and he takes it with a time at 3:45.152. The gun goes to signal the end of the race, and it is Tenaguis, who is a bronze medalist here at the men's C1 3,000 meter individual pursuit.
Well, that was exciting to see him race a completely different ride than he did in qualifying. He went out super hard to intimidate his competition. Then he backed off a little bit and saved that really fast last kilometre. Tenaghius of Spain. He takes the bronze medal here in Paris, 2024 Paralympic Games. And it's 4th place to Pierre Senska of Germany. Well, he can be proud of that as well.
Yeah, look at Richard, he likes to be called, or he calls himself Ricardo Tenaghius. And he stops trackside now. Well, oops. It's a tricky business, but
it's a tricky business when you're
in the stands.
when you're not exhausted to park up on the top of the track. But it's all worth the celebrations with family. That's what it's all about. People who have helped you and supported you for so many years to accomplish a medal at the Paralympic Games. Well, this is going to be a bit of a challenge.
Incredibly committed athlete, this man. As we said, his powers of endurance, not simply on the track, but just to continue preparation, training, and the dedication to whatever craft it is that he takes to swimming or cycling, well, is amazing. Bronze medal.
What incredible differences between the riding styles of the two as well. Senska is riding a huge gear in a low cadence, and Tenaghius of Spain, he tends to ride a smaller gear and uses his speed of his cadence to increase pace when he feels like he wants to bring it home.
So he leaves the track deeply satisfied, man. Bronze medal at the Paralympic track program here for Ricardo Tenaghius. There's a strong Spanish support in the stands, and wonderful to have family to celebrate with at the time. What a moment. There is the man he beat in the final in that bronze medal race. The gold medal race in the men's C1 3000 individual pursuit. And it's, well, China who are going to contest this, because that is Li Jiangyu. And well, on the other side of the track is Liang Weikong. Li Jiangyu, well, quite phenomenal performance in the qualifying when he broke the C1 world record, 3:31.338. Away they go.
Li Jiangyu, he would be the favorite at 3:31 in qualifying, and Liang, he rode 3:42, so huge difference there. Let's see what the tactics are here. Is Li going to go out and chase and see if he can catch Liang?
Well, he's going to have to at the moment, because Liang has gone out very fast indeed, and he's up at the moment. Perhaps that's his tactic. He says, the one way I can maybe get the best of this man is to go out as fast as I possibly can. It's his debut Paralympic Games, Liang Weikong.
He's absolutely flying. He's going out like a rocket.
He's a world champion on the road last year in the C1 competition in Glasgow. And that's him, Weikong.
Well, he's had a fast start, but look at that. I think that's the boof where you say, we hit the wall, because he got close, but I think this is the point that he's just blown up.
Oh, he very nearly lost control there.
So much like he has to build up. And now we have a bit of a turnaround, and I think Liang is now going to be back in the lead. Oh.
He's, there we go, that's the turnaround. You're right, 1.2 seconds now. And it's Li Jiangyu who's in control of this race.
Well, he's really struggling now. Li Zhangzhu, he went out a little bit more controlled. Liang went out like a rocket. He's now hit the wall.
Over 5 seconds down as they're closing in on the halfway mark. They're just through now.
Li Zhangzhu's going to catch. He's going to catch Liang. And the gun will go. Will he continue for a record, or will he just enjoy the gold medal?
Well, that signals in a medal race that the race is over once the catch is made. And China take gold and silver, but it is Li Zhangzhu who takes the gold medal. And that takes his tally to 8 track medals, 1 on the road in 3 Paralympics, and his 5th gold medal. He is simply a phenomenon. Bronze in London on the road. And he's won this event in the last 3 and now 4 games.
Wasn't that incredible to watch? Liang go out so hard that he nearly caught, and if he had caught, the gun would have went off and he would be the gold medalist.
Well, I think that's probably his thinking, if I can do that, yeah.
It was 30 or 40 meters from catching, and he just flew up, just like, as we say, hit the wall, bang, finished, over, boom. And then it was, of course, Li Zhangzhu, who just did another lap and caught him very quickly.
I think they obviously know each other very, very well, and they, I'm sure that Liang Weikong, the man who was in his first Paralympic Games, was aware that he had to do something extraordinary to try and get the better of a man who's clearly the better rider, and the man who's got all the records and the medals, and he tried to do it, but it didn't quite work out. So Li Zhangzhu of China, he's so excited. He broke the world record in qualifying and now has the gold medal once more.
What a day for Li Zhangzhu of China. A gold medal at the Paralympics, a world record, a Paralympic record, and a teammate in silver. That has to be an absolutely magical day.
Well, delight for them, because it's gold and silver to China.
And isn't it lovely? He wants to share his victory photos with his teammate. No doubt they've trained days and hours, day after day on the track together. There's the win, the catch.
But it could have been so different. Liang Weikong managed maybe to put in another really hard lap and put Li Zhangzhu under pressure. It might have been the other way around, but that was had to be an extraordinary story if that had happened, because there's no question that Li Zhangzhu is the champion here.
Well, he's the fastest man over 3,000 meters in the C1 category. What an absolute legend.
Well, neatly folds the flag up and hands it back, because they will want that again, I'm sure. Confirmation then of the results in the men's C1 3,000 meter individual pursuit. Li Zhangzhu takes gold ahead of Liang Weikong, and Ricardo Tenagiers wins his first para-track cycling medal in great fashion over Pierre Senska of Germany.
going to move on now to our next finals, the women's C1 to C3, 3,000 metres individual pursuit finals.
On passe désormais au final de la poursuite individuelle 3000 mètres femmes C1 à C3 avec la première duel pour la...
We turn our attention now to the women's C1 C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit finals. And it is the bronze medal race. We had an amazing qualifying competition in which this young lady, Maika Hausberger, broke the world record in the C2 category, only to see it taken from her moments later by Daphne Schrager, who's now going to race for the gold. But Hausberger is going for bronze here. On the other side of the track, Florina Riegling. Well, she's got the endurance. She's a road race world champion. Bronze medal race in the women's C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit. 12 laps of the track. Maika Hausberger there of Germany up against Florina Riegling of Switzerland. Hausberger broke the world record in qualifying, a former athlete in London and in Rio, the long jump at 400 meters. She's also a medalist in the triathlon, para-triathlon world championships back in 2017. Hugely versatile and a powerful rider. She started out very strongly here.
Hausberger of Germany was significantly faster in the qualifying, nearly 5 seconds over Riegling's time. And Hausberger has gone out fast. And as we say in these finals, it's not about time. You're racing the rider on the other side of the track for the bronze medal.
Hausberger is storming here, 2 seconds already. And we're yet to get to the 1,000 meter mark, which we'll do so at the end of this next lap. But we've seen a lot of riders starting out very strong.
Yeah, Hausberger's just started to decrease her cadence, struggling a little bit, whilst we see Riegling of Switzerland has got a nice cadence.
Yeah, she's pulled it back 1.6 now. It was over 2 seconds. It's now down to 1.6 the gap, and it's 1.4. Riegling is fighting back, and Hausberger is starting to fade.
Hausberger went out fast. She's on a big gear.
Very steady in that position is Riegling, looking strong.
But if I remember correctly from the qualifying, Hausberger did have a little of a break in the middle where she let the pressure off a little bit and came home strong. She may have realised that she wasn't going to catch in 3 kilometres and now just trying to settle into a rhythm. We've got a close contest on our hands here.
It is. It's down to beneath a second, 0.654. It's going to be close, this. Riegling is sensing that she could do something here and find herself on the podium. 0.4 under half a second. Every lap she's bringing it down. 1,000 meters to go. There's going to be a change now. Riegling is finishing the stronger. Hausberger is under pressure. There's the turnaround. Riegling is now in the bronze medal position.
Unbelievable. In the qualifying, Hausberger was 5 seconds faster than Riegling. Riegling is absolutely riding the ride of her life.
They've got a wonderful, wonderful legacy. And she's up, over half a second. With 500 meters to go.
Hausberger's cracked. I think she's blown up.
The coach is telling her, you've got to dig deep. Nearly a second now. Wriggling, rock steady, superb control and pacing of her ride here. She's bringing it back. It's 1.2 now for Wriggling.
Yeah, she's all over this with a lap to go. Wriggling of Switzerland has turned the tables.
Well, this is a phenomenal ride by Florina Wriggling of Switzerland. She has turned it around in the second half of this race, and she is riding herself into a bronze medal here at the Paralympic Games in Paris. Florina Wriggling is the bronze medalist in the women's C1 to 3 3,000 meter individual pursuit. A phenomenal performance against a woman who broke the world record in qualifying and went out strong in this bronze medal race, but faded as Wriggling just kept a super steady pace all the way through.
Yeah, it was a super interesting ride. I mean, unexpected, and Wriggling, she has to be so proud of herself for that performance. Unbelievable. What a champion. Coach is happy. Not bad.
Yeah, they'd be delighted. This is a really impressive performance. The Swiss have such a proud history of producing great time trialists over the years, and they pride themselves on attention to detail, and they've produced a champion here, that's for sure, in Florina Wriggling.
Well, Wriggling's ridden a couple of seconds faster than she did in qualifying, so she's paced herself better, she's recovered well. We don't often see a rider a couple of hours later be able to ride faster than they did in qualifying, but well done.
Pure delight for Florina Wriggling. Silver at the World Championships in the C2 class only. Here she's competing against C1 and C3s, and she's on the podium with a bronze medal. What a race and what a performance by Florina Wriggling.
And also just to come back mentally from, being 5 seconds behind the rider on the other side of the track, racing for a bronze medal, and to have that confidence in yourself and your tactics and your strategy and your team around you. Wow, that's something to be proud of.
Well, that smile will be there for a long, long time. There's Micah Hausberger, disappointed fourth place finisher. The gold medal race in the women's C1 to 3 3,000 individual pursuit. Wang Xiaomei up against Daphne Schrager of Great Britain. Wang Xiaomei from China. Well, she broke the C3 world record in the qualifying. And fittingly, Schrager, well, she broke the world record in the C2 classification in the qualifying. We are in for a race here.
An interesting UCI rule, you can only put your lens on when you're ready to walk out onto the track. They want to see your eyes when you're in the middle of the track. Here are our gold and silver medalists about to fight it out at the Paris Paralympics.
Well, Wang Xiaomei was a silver medalist in Tokyo at the Paralympic Games in the individual pursuit. He was fifth in the time trial. He was scratch, omnium, and time trial and individual pursuit world champion just in March. So in the C3 category, she's pretty dominant. Big roar out for Daphne Schrager, an athlete at the Commonwealth Games in 2018, but lost the passion for that, sprinting particularly, and joined British Cycling's paracycling program in 2019. the gold medal race in the women's C 1-3 3,000 meter individual pursuit. And it is Daphne Schrager of Great Britain there, up against the silver medalist from Tokyo, Wang Xiaomei. And there'll be a new champion here. Yeah, we're very close. Both broke their respective classification world records in qualifying. Wang has gone out a second faster.
Yeah, in the end of the qualifying, only half a second between the two riders.
Schrager getting to her work now. First Paralympic Games for the Great Britain rider.
Fast start for rider Wang of China.
And Schrager's got some work to do. 2.8 down, but we've come to learn that we can't read too much into that. This is a long race. They're not even at 1,000 meters yet.
In saying that, I feel Schrager is labouring a little bit. She's rocking and rolling a little bit all over the bike. She's on a super big gear that she may be too fatigued from qualifying to push. Well, when we look at Wang, she's got a really high cadence, very smooth.
3.6 to the good is Wang. Very smooth, solid. She's almost on the same straight. And Wang is in control at this stage of the race.
It only takes 1 second for things to turn around.
We have seen that over the years, and yeah, it is now 4.3 seconds now.
Schrager seems to be putting a little bit more effort and cadence and pace into her revolutions.
If you just look at the absolute rhythm of Wang, she can see her opponent up the track, and that is a very, very enticing carrot. The gold medal is in the hands of China's Wang Xiaomei here. If she can keep this going with 1,000 meters to go, it'll take an extraordinary turnaround for her to let it go.
Yeah, she's not likely to blow up, is she? She's very, very experienced in endurance riding, and she's closing in on Schrager.
And yeah, you made mention of Schrager. She's all over the bike a little bit there, whilst Xiaomei is rock solid on the bike there. Very little movement, and she's closing in on her. She may even make the catch inside the 3,000 meters. This is a phenomenal ride by Wang Xiaomei. World record in qualifying of 3:44.660. Well, could that be in her sights here? She's certainly going to win the gold medal here.
Well, when she catches now, the gun will be blown. She just went on the blue. There may be a penalty for that. However, once she catches, the gun will go. She can sit up and celebrate, or she can continue for a record. She already has the record, so that may not be worth the effort today.
Well, she's going so well here. She feels she might just do that, and she might well do that. Yes, she has! Gold and a world record for Wang Xiaomei of China in the women's C13 3,000 meter individual pursuit. What a ride by this super athlete.
Well, that worked out perfectly for Wang, because as she was coming into her last lap, she had a rider to chase. Look at the big chainring on that bike. I've mentioned it a few times. Phenomenal.
Well, Daphne Schrader takes the silver medal. Wang Xiaomei is the gold medalist. Florina Rigling is the bronze medalist. That was a really, really superb performance by Wang Xiaomei, the 24-year-old. Upgrading from silver in Tokyo in world record performance time up here. And that's how it all started. Well, she didn't catch, she just held on.
Yeah, she was very careful to move up the track to not be in the slipstream. There was a moment earlier where she came under the black line. However, I don't think when an action of a rider doesn't change the result, it's very often overlooked. What a phenomenal ride. She has now broken the record again in the same day by a significant amount.
Absolutely. Oh, Schrager, that's fantastic to see. Rich, congratulations. Respect and emotion. (3:41.692).
And she rode 3:44.660 to break the record in the qualifying.
And she's just decimated that again here. It's phenomenal. Well, Daphne Schrager, she'll be disappointed. Although she's on the podium as silver medal, Great Britain hold themselves to such high standards. They would love to have got a first gold medal at these games. Through Schrager, it's not to be. It is in the hands of China, and they are enjoying a great start to these Paralympic Games.
They certainly are. China are very much excelling. The velodrome here in Paris. Well, I hope for Schrager, Daphne Schrager, that they are tears of joy because silver medal at the Paralympics, something to be extremely proud of, especially when. Yeah, there she goes.
Did all I could, did my absolute best, and that you cannot want for anything more.
What could I have done? She did everything she could on the day. That's it.
And it's a brutally hard day, qualifying and finals on the same day in a hugely demanding discipline. And it's 24 racing laps of this track in intense heat and under huge pressure. These are super athletes. They bring their best when it counts. Confirmation of the result of the women's C1 to 3 3,000 individual pursuit. Wang Jianmei, the gold medal, Daphne Schrager, the silver, and Florina Riegling, the bronze. Some surprising results and some delighted medalists. So we have one final still to come, and the bronze and gold medal races of the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit.
Je crois que vous avez envie de chanter dans le public. Alors tous ensemble peut-être, avec Jolassin les Champs-Élysées. Que faire la pluie, les envois que te bonjour. C'est à vous. Vous avez bien chanté, j'en suis fort aise, et bien dansé maintenant avec DJ Qual.
Thank you everyone. We now have more music from our fantastic DJ Qual.
Well, the magnificent National Cycle Centre here at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines, around 20 kilometers from the center of Paris. With a beautiful indoor BMX track and one of the very finest velodromes anywhere on the planet at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines. This is the venue for the Para Track program here at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. This venue has hosted the World UCI Paracycling Championships in 2022. Many of the athletes in action today at this venue, and in fact throughout these Paralympic Games would have been competing in those World Championships, and so have very good knowledge of what this track can deliver, and it can deliver exceedingly fast times and thrilling racing.
Et nous sommes à 1 minute, un petit peu moins désormais de la finale de la poursuite individuelle 4000 mètres en catégorie mixte.
DJ Qual bringing us closer now to the men's B, 4,000 meters individual pursuit finals, our final medal deciders of this session of the track cycling here in Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines.
Four medals decided on this opening day at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines and the Para Track cycling program. And this is the last of the competitions. It is the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit and the bronze medal race. Well, it promises to be a real thriller with a first time Paralympian in Lorenzo Bernard, up against a man who has been on the podium in Vincent Descure from the Netherlands. This classification is for visually impaired cyclists who ride behind a sighted pilot at extreme speed. That pair in their first World Championships got the bronze medal. This pair, well, they are a pair to contend with. Vincent Descure from the Netherlands, silver in Rio, fourth in Tokyo. What will it be here in Paris? "16 laps of this superb velodrome." And that's what lies in store for the Netherlands and Italy. Lorenzo Bernard of Italy and his pilot Davide Plebani, and Vincent Descure and his pilot Timo Fransen of the Netherlands. And Italy have gone marginally ahead by half a second. They're the unknown factor here, new to this discipline. First World Championships, they took the bronze medal. That was in Rio. So Descure will be on his guard here against this combination.
Well, we will have a very close race here for the bronze medal, even though in qualifying there was just under 2.5 seconds difference. The Italians being much faster, but it's the final, anything. I mean, they've already done a full-blown 4-kilometer, 4,000-meter individual pursuit. The B category here, the Paralympic Games. So anything can happen here. It can be so close.
Bernard is out to a lead of just under a second.
Yeah, we would expect the Italians to take the bronze medal. The right over Lorenzo Bernard, he is on fire, and he's leading now by over 1 second.
Absolutely, and well, his story is remarkable. He lost his sight when he stumbled across a World War II ordnance that exploded and injured 2 people amongst them, and he and one of the those who was injured also went on to Paralympic sport, and he was a rower in Tokyo in the Coxed 4.
Yeah, at the Paralympics he competed in rowing. Amazing. 3 years later, here he is in Paris.
On the brink of a medal here, because Bernard is 1.4 seconds up over Descure. Halfway through, and they've got a 1.5 seconds, but this is the business end of a 4,000-meter individual pursuit.
Yeah, Italy have gone out hard. Very similar ride from Italy, from Bernard that we saw in the qualifying event. Very smooth, very consistent, very controlled. Obviously, Bernard has such a good communication with his pilot on the front. And that communication can be through body language, maybe a head tap, maybe a tap on the back of the leg.
Oh, 1.9 now. As I said, this is when it gets to the really meaty side of the race, particularly when there's a medal at stake. And now it's over 2 seconds. But have they... well, they are still controlling it, Bernard.
Yeah, Bernard, if everything goes simple from here to the finish, it looks like the bronze medal will go to Bernard of Italy, but anything can happen. It's a 4,000-meter pursuit, so they're inside the last 1 kilometer.
Well, there's big support for the Italians and the Dutch in here. 2.5 seconds to the good now. Lorenzo Bernard with 500 meters to go here. It looks like it is going to be another heartbreaking 4th place for Vincent Descure of the Netherlands, as it was in Tokyo, having got the silver in Rio, because it is Lorenzo Bernard and his pilot Davide Plebani who are putting this one to bed here. 3.1 seconds to the good as they went through the bell. It'll be a bronze medal to Italy. A seriously good performance this, having followed up with a bronze at the World Championship. Bernard, 4:04.613. And they take the bronze medal for Italy. Lorenzo Bernard and pilot Davide Plebani. A rock-solid performance. They did not put a pedal stroke wrong. Well, neither did they, to be fair. They were just outridden in the race that mattered.
Well, I can tell you it means the world to Italians to come home with a Paralympic medal, and Italy comes home with a bronze from the first session at the Velodrome in Paris.
Well, what a welcome. It's Franzen and Tescure, the pilot Franzen and Tescure, the visually impaired rider, the Stoker, who, well, he's fourth again, but delight for the Italians. First para-track cycling Paralympics for Bernard, and he's on the podium. Remarkable.
Replay of the powerful start. Two big, strong riders. The bikes have to be reinforced through the bottom brackets, through every part of the bike, actually, for the amount of strength. Over 3,000 watts these riders are putting out. You can see they have 3 chain rings and a rear cog, so 2 riders will have their bikes linked with the 2 chain rings the same size. Then they'll have a big chain ring around 70 teeth and a rear cog of about 14 teeth. Astronomical machinery here, these tandem bikes. They've all been wind tunnel tested, and they use these ceramic bearings and the wax chains and all the performance benefits. There you can. I'll wave to the crowd from, it's Tessure, Vincent Tessure. They're getting off the bike.
And it is this pair. Well, Lorenzo Bernard. Well, it's 3 colors. It's not necessarily Italy, but it's good enough. It's delight for the Italians. A bronze medal. First time of asking at the Paralympics for Lorenzo Bernard. Well, very often the rowers move to a bicycle and they produce phenomenal power outputs.
It's probably the most common transfer, isn't it, rowing to cycling?
Tandem from Italy.
Yeah, huge crowds here from Italy. A lot of support in the velodrome for the Italians. A little bit of disappointment, but you know, they did what they could. Beaten by a better team on the day.
Well, Descour, he's been around the block a bit, 44 years of age. He's seen it all, and will no doubt take the disappointment as much as he has with the delight.
There's actually a gold medal from the road race at the Rio Paralympics. Vincent Schur, Netherlands.
Yeah, it was a delight to see just a short image there of Elisa Balsamo in the crowd supporting the Italians, one of the great current cyclists in the Women's World Tour. We move now to the final in the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit here at Saint-Quentin-Yvelines. It is the race for the gold medal. Tristan Bangma and Patrick Boss, the defending champions, up against the former champions, Steve Bate and Chris Latham. What a race we've got in prospect here. Plenty of tension down there.
Yeah, tension and nerves for sure. There was less than a second between these two teams in the qualifying for this event. Bangma achieved a new world and Paralympic record only hours ago here on the track.
Yeah, plenty expected of this pair. Tristan Bangma and Patrick Boss. Steve Bate and Chris Latham. Well, Bate, gold in Rio, silver in Tokyo. And they reward the big British contingent of supporters here with the medal in the final race of the opening day of the program here. Well, they're looking quite relaxed, which is a good sign from their perspective.
Yeah, it's great to see Stephen Bate there, just super calm and relaxed. These are the two feeling the pressure. They have the world and Paralympic record, former Paralympic champion. Does not want to go home with a silver medal. Thumbs up. Stephen Bate.
Well, this bar one rider was the final in Tokyo. Stephen Bate was riding with Adam Duggleby then as his pilot. Now with Chris Latham. And Tristan Bangma and Patrick Boss, well, they're a team that have been together for 8 years and have produced incredible results. It's the final of the men's B 4,000 meter individual pursuit here in the velodrome at Saint-Quentin-Yvelines. Tristan Bangma up against Stephen Bate. Bangma's pilot is Patrick Boss. Stephen Bate's pilot is Chris Latham. Bangma and Boss, the defending champions. Bate was silver medalist in Tokyo, and there's nothing between them very early on. So they'll settle into their rhythm and get the pace going.
As I am too, Gerald, as I'm just fidgeting on my seat, very nervous about, I don't have a favorite.
Yeah, it's just so close this. You feel these two combinations are very evenly matched.
Tension for the gold medal as the Netherlands are ahead at the moment. As I said, they qualified just over a second faster than Great Britain.
In breaking the record as well.
And breaking their own world and Paralympic record.
0.8 up for Bangma and Boss.
And look at both teams, look so smooth. They're in so much control.
Well, this is a really good start by Tristan Bangma. Nearly a second up.
Well, they'd be expecting and hoping for the gold medal. Something would have to go wrong, I think. What has Bate got? What has he got for this final?
Well, he's got that experience. That's what he has got. Can he bring it to bear here? 1.2 now. Well, experience can bring itself to bear in terms of keeping calm and strategy and tactics. But the power at the moment at 1.4 is with Tristan Bangma and Patrick Boss.
Both Tristan Bangma and Stephen Bate, they're so experienced. They know what they're capable of. They know what schedule they can ride. So both teams so smooth out there. It's just that combination of the two riders from the Netherlands and Tristan Bangma. Well, he's a man that may break his own record here.
Well, they're now really into their work, aren't they? Just over 2 seconds to the good. They pride themselves in riding and preparing as professionally as they possibly can. And they put the work in this year, winning the World Championships in Rio and putting the preparation in to arrive in Paris at the Paralympic Games to defend their title in the best possible shape. And they're going about it now in superb fashion.
Yeah, then Tristan Bangma nearly has Stephen Bate in sight in the same straight, which would be a huge benefit. Although he's got to rely on communication from his pilot to let him know where they are on the track in comparison to their competitor.
Trackside coaches will be updating them on where they are in relation to the opponents. This is about a race. It's not about time here. We are closing in on the conclusion of this race, and Tristan Bangma is on his way to another gold medal. Bates is finishing a little stronger here. He's bringing it down, but he's going to probably run out of track because that was the bell. And Tristan Bangma and Patrick Bos are on their way to the gold medal here in Paris to defend their title. It's another sensational performance by the Netherlands. 3:55.439, a shade outside their world record mark, but another glorious ride for the Netherlands. An average speed of 61.1 kilometers an hour. Bangma and Bos are in charge in Paris in the Paralympics. Well, the world record nearly fell. It was so close in the end, but that was of secondary importance to Bangma, because the most important thing was to defend the title they won in Tokyo. And he's done that and consolidated their year to add Paralympic gold to a World Championship gold won in March in Rio. Well, they did all they could, but it just wasn't enough. Steve Bate and Chris Latham. Silver to Great Britain.
Well, I think they'll be satisfied enough with that. A clap from Stephen Bate to Tristan Bangma, just acknowledging beaten by a better rider at the time, on the day.
Well, that's what it means to Patrick Bos and to his stoker, Tristan Bangma, former basketball player, found his way onto the parabike, and hasn't it proved to be a great decision? You don't want to be going too fast when you touch the railings, but they will be stopped by one of the team members, and the celebrations will begin for this pair.
And when you're such a champion like Tristan Bangma and you've won so many big races, you see that sigh of relief rather than that explosive emotion. It's like, okay, job done, bang, tick.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's not as if he's not hugely delighted. But
it'll take a while to sink in. Another gold medal at the Paralympic Games. Whew.
Well, absolute delight. So Bangma will go up to celebrate with his fans and family as well. Looks like his Omar and the rest of the family, well, just wonderful scenes. It's certainly from the European nations to come to Paris is not a huge traveling logistical issue, so it's lovely to get so many family members here. That's a lovely sight. Bate and Bangma.
Well, Stephen Bate, he's known to be a real gentleman, and there we see a big effort to go up to the track and say, hey, well done, guys.
Well, will he be back, Stephen Bate? He's 47. Yeah,
Gentleman.
well,
That's the word they use to describe Stephen Bate. Well, I feel a little nervous watching the slow-mo of how loose that chain is, but obviously they don't want too much friction on the chain. Well, a golden day for Tristan Banger. And take nothing away from his pilot, Patrick Boss. I mean, hours and hours of work have gone into achieving this gold medal.
Beautiful scenes as the racing is concluded here on day one at the para track discipline in the velodrome at Saint-Quentin-Yvelines. And we will see all these athletes, those who've finished on the podium very shortly in the podium presentations and the victory ceremonies of these athletes, but they have media work to do for the time being. Confirmation then of the B 4,000 meter individual pursuit in the men's, and Tristan Bangma taking the gold together with his pilot Patrick Boss, Stephen Bate the silver with his Latham, and Lorenzo Bernard, a sensational bronze for Italy with Davide Plebani. Descure, well, he won the time trial in Tokyo, but fourth place here in the individual pursuit. Veras of France in fifth place there. Well, he was in the bronze medal position in Tokyo, so no medal in this discipline. All the way down now. Remaining riders, 16 riders, and their pilots started out qualification. One team emerging at the top, and that is led by Tristan Bangma and his pilot Patrick Boss. And there they are. Highly entertaining first day of action here at the velodrome at the para track cycling. 17 medals will be decided over the 4 days of competition. 4 have been decided now, and we await the victory ceremonies for those medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre 500 mètres femmes C4-5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's C4-5 500-meter time trial.
Our first medal ceremony in this beautiful velodrome to celebrate the achievements of the women who proved to be the class acts on this opening day in the women's C4-5 500-meter individual time trial.
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Andrew Parsons, président du Comité international paralympique.
President of the International Paralympic Committee.
Assumed office in 2017.
Accompanied by
Monsieur Tony Estanguet, président du Comité d'organisation des Jeux
President of the Organising Committee of the Olympic and Paralympic Games of Paris 2024.
And a three-time Olympic gold medalist in canoe slalom.
Médaille de bronze, représentant le Canada.
Bronze medalist representing Canada.
James O'Brien.
A huge moment for Kate O'Brien. Silver medal in Tokyo, and this another medal to add to a collection, a sixth bronze medal for Canada on the track. They've yet to win a gold medal, but it takes their tally to 11 on the para cycling track.
Représentant la France.
Well, it was one of the moments of the para track cycling program, regardless of what might happen in days to come, as Marie Patulet rode herself stunningly into bronze medal position. And then got elevated to the silver medal when in the very next race, Kadina Cox could not complete her ride. The defending champion went out of the competition, and that vaulted Marie Patulet into the silver medal position. Much to the delight of the home crowd.
Et championne paralympique, représentant les Pays-Bas.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Netherlands.
John Groot.
Well, talk about an upgrade. Caroline Groot has gone from bronze to gold. Third in Tokyo, and now world record holder and Paralympic champion here in Paris. A seventh gold medal on the para track for the Netherlands, taking their tally to 18 all told.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand, if you are able, for the anthem of Netherlands.
a multiple world champion. And now a Paralympic champion, Caroline Groot, the 26-year-old studying criminal law. She's nearing the completion of her master's at the University of Groningen. And now celebrating with silver medalist Marie Patoulet of France. And now a two-time Paralympic medalist, Kate O'Brien of Canada. Glorious moments indeed here at the track on the opening day of the Para Track program. Well, Groot already has a place on the Olympian wall in her honor at the Zernike campus of the university, alongside a multitude of other Olympians who've passed through the gates of the University of Groningen, and now she will certainly be elevated on that one. Medal on the opening day of competition on what is a very, very busy program. Certainly does give these athletes, as well as their nations and the other riders in their nations, such a boost in confidence and belief.
Oh, especially just being a part of this crowd here, having France win the silver medal in that particular event. The velodrome erupted. It was something I don't think I've ever experienced before. It was incredible. The feeling was amazing. So it's been a great, wonderful first day of competition here at the Paralympic Games. The velodrome's just been ignited.
et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs de la poursuite individuelle 3000 mètres hommes C1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's C1 3,000 meters individual pursuits.
First of the medals decided in the men's disciplines in the Paralympic track program.
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Thomas Bach, président du Comité international olympique.
President of the International Olympic Committee.
And a fencing gold medalist in the 1976 Olympic Games.
Accompanied by
Monsieur David Lamartien, président de l'Union cycliste internationale.
President of the Union Cycliste Internationale.
Paracycling falls under the UCI's governance.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Espagne.
Bronze medalist, representing Spain, Ricardo Tenerife.
An extraordinary story continues to be told by this man. Quite simply one of the finest athletes to emerge from his country. The 49-year-old Ricardo Tenerife. Adds a para-track bronze medal to a huge collection of World Championship medals and, of course, Paralympic swimming medals going back to Atlanta in 1996 when he won the first of those in the swimming pool. It was silver. He has 3 golds as well.
Silver medalist representing the People's Republic of China, Lang Weikong.
Very first Paralympic Games. Lang Weikong, and the 29-year-old finds himself on the podium receiving the silver medal. Twice a silver medalist at the World Paracycling Track Championships in Rio de Janeiro earlier this year. But there was little he could do about the destiny of the gold medal.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing the People's Republic of China, Li Zhongyu.
There is little that can stop this man in this discipline. His 5th gold medal in the velodrome of the Paralympics. He won this event in Rio de Janeiro. He was the silver medalist in London and the bronze medalist in Tokyo, but he's back again at the top. He's also the 1,000-meter time trial champion twice over in Tokyo and Rio de Janeiro. What an athlete.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la République populaire de Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand, if you are able, for the anthem of People's Republic of China.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques!
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Well, wonderful broad smiles from the medalists. Yi Zhangyu, his 5th para-track gold medal. And on his left-hand side, Ricardo Tenagis, at the age of 49, wins his first. But he has a suitcase full of World Championship medals and Paralympic swimming medals. A quite simply phenomenal athlete. And we will see him on the road as well. Well, it's an incredible sight, isn't it? The first time Paralympian with the silver medal, an 8-time Paralympian with the bronze medal, and an all-time great in this discipline on the para-track with a gold medal. And he just keeps winning 5 gold medals now.
It's just so delightful to see how animated he is after winning another gold medal, and just sharing with his teammate who won the silver medal is the most amazing, camaraderie.
Winning medals doesn't get old, I'm sure. Wow, just fantastic.
La cérémonie des vainqueurs de la poursuite individuelle 3000 mètres femmes C1-3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's C1 to 3,000 meters individual pursuit.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
In the women's C1 to 3,000 meter individual pursuit.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Jackie Chan, ambassadeur spécial du Comité international paralympique.
International Paralympic Committee Special Ambassador.
Man who needs little introduction.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Dr. Mike Peters, directeur général du Comité international paralympique.
A two-time Paralympian,
the International Paralympic Committee.
seven-a-side football in Atlanta and in Athens. He captained the United States team.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la Suisse.
Bronze medalist representing Switzerland, Florina Ringling.
Well, she put in a phenomenal ride at Florina Ringling. Rock steady all the way through, was down but just kept nipping back and eventually found her way onto the podium via a sensational second half of a ride. A negative split earned Switzerland just their third Paralympic track cycling medal. And second bronze.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Silver medalist representing Great Britain, Daphne Schrader.
Well, she appeared disappointed with her ride in the final. Well, she's onto the podium to receive a silver medal from none other than Jackie Chan in her very first Paralympic final. Those are definitely tears of joy.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique, représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing the People's Republic of China, Wang Xiaomai.
A 12th gold medal on the para track for China. And a 33rd all told. What a moment for the 24-year-old. Adds to her silver in this event in Tokyo at the Paralympic Games of 2020.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la République populaire de Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand, if you are able, for the anthem of the People's Republic of China.
messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Wang Xiaomei, Daphne Schrager and Florina Rigling. Well, 1, 2, 3 in the 3,000 meter individual pursuit here in Paris on the opening day of action at the Velodrome. Well, for Great Britain takes their grand total of track medals in paracycling to 62. They were the most successful nation at Tokyo with 14 golds. Across all cycling disciplines, that is. So look to add to that, but perhaps by their standards, the opening day didn't deliver quite as many as they would have wished, but they've got more to come. Meanwhile, these athletes can celebrate and be celebrated for their wonderful achievement today in the grueling 3,000 meter individual pursuit. 2 of those races in a day take some doing at this level.
Absolutely, such a demanding, grueling event, and to have to back up so quickly. Pretty amazing. It's been an absolutely phenomenal first day of track racing at the Velodrome. 3,000 meter individual pursuit.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs de la poursuite individuelle 4000 mètres hommes B.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's B 4,000 meters individual pursuit.
The last of the medal ceremonies, the victory ceremonies on the opening day at the Para-Track program here at Saint-Quentin-Yvelines Velodrome.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur David Lamartien, président de l'Union cycliste internationale.
President of the Union Cycliste Internationale.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Roland Garros, directeur de l'engagement du comité d'organisation des Jeux Olympiques et Paralympiques de Paris 2024.
Engagement Director of the Organising Committee of the Olympic and Paralympic Games of Paris 2024.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Italie.
Bronze medalists representing Italy, Lorenzo Bernard and Ariane Romani.
Well, a remarkable story. Lorenzo Bernard attended the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games as a rower in the Cox 4. Finished 5th, didn't get onto the podium. Turned his attention to paracycling, and he is a bronze medalist at the first time of asking. No wonder, he's got such a broad smile. He does incredible work for the National Association of Civil Victims of War. And he's passionate about the sport.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Silver medalists representing Great Britain, Stephen Bate and pilot Christopher Latham.
Well, Bate was a silver medalist in Tokyo and a gold medalist 4 years prior to that in Rio. He continues to be hugely competitive alongside Christopher Latham. Bate has in his CV a solo climb of El Capitan, the wall in Yosemite National Park back in 2013, amongst his multitude of wonderful achievements.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant les Pays-Bas.
Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Netherlands, Tristan Langer and pilot Patrick Boss.
Gold medal number 2 for this incredibly talented 26-year-old alongside Patrick Boss, with whom he won the previous gold in Tokyo. They teamed up after Langma had won gold in Rio de Janeiro with another pilot in the 1,000-meter time trial. So third gold medal.
et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand, if you're able, for the anthem of Netherlands.
Oh, Tristan Bangma.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Well, he earns the Netherlands their 8th Paralympic track gold medal, Tristan Bangma, and 2nd today. In a fine, fine start to the track program for the Netherlands. Caroline Groot winning earlier today as well. Stephen Bate adding to his collection and Great Britain's enormous collection of medals on the track. And for Italy, well, Lorenzo Bernard, just the 14th Paralympic medal for Italy, their 7th bronze medal. The way he's begun his career as a paracyclist, you believe he may well have more to achieve as he continues on this journey. I'll circle back round, and the world's media and the photographers will get another bite at the cherry as they come round for the photographs a little closer to the media as the first day of action draws to a close here. Absolutely phenomenal day. World records aplenty, and gold medals to just 2 nations in these 4 events. China and the Netherlands harvesting 2 apiece. Medals all contain a piece of the Eiffel Tower in them as well. Yeah. Well, the National Velodrome at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines is emptying out after a phenomenal opening day of action in the para-track program here at Paris 2024's Paralympic Games. 4 gold medals of 17 that will be decided over the 4 days of action in here, and spectators gone away deeply satisfied at having seen numerous world records broken and gold medals going the way, 2 for China and 2 for the Netherlands, and we've got 4 more on day 2 of action inside the velodrome. It's going to be another day of high drama, great excitement, and quite likely more world records. It'll be special.
The Paris 2024 Organising Committee would like to thank all our volunteers for their time and dedication towards making the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games a success. Thank you to all.
Encore ouvert, c'est maintenant ou jamais.
As you leave, you can find all the Paris 2024 souvenirs and products in the official boutiques and the on-site sales outlet. The merchandise store is still open and you can enjoy 50% off all mascot and official Paris 2024 caps.
Pour rejoindre les transports en commun, merci de suivre la signalétique et télécharger l'application Transport Public Paris 2024.
Follow the signage for public transportation and don't forget to download